Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's weekend has started off well. Oh, wait a minute. I actually need to... I think it should be fine. Okay. Let's see. Everything Enthusiast, hello. Val, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Pinspace, hello. Power Ultra, hi. Hello, hello. Wish I could redeem, but don't have enough feathers? That's okay. There'll be more OC streams. No worries. Nix, hello. Daisy, how are you? Might not have OCs, but I did make some spaghetti with steak pieces. Ooh, I've never actually had that before. Spaghetti with steak sounds fantastic. Also been doing some musical study or muscle studies. Oh, nice. They're in general art, you say. Gen art. Oh, interesting. Rainbow muscles. Vet, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Magus, hello. Got a meatball sandwich for the occasion. Ooh, nice. Mangrove, hello. Luigi, how's it going? Finally streaming can actually visit since it's not 5 a.m. in your country. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy. Fall, hello. How are you? Good to see you in stream. Decided to get a cold again? Oh no, Pinspace. No. I hope you feel better soon. Greg, hello. How are you? Been awake since 3 p.m. yesterday. Poor K. Why? Dark Neku, hello. Look amazing today? I mean, not particularly, but thank you. Chaos, hello. Need sleep? Yeah, I agree. Everything Enthusiast. Sleep. Sleep is good. It is not for the weak, it is for the strong. That is how they become strong, is by resting properly. You wanted to go to sleep at 3 a.m.? You didn't. Well, that's certainly a choice. So are we to expect you to pass out at some point throughout this stream? Maybe? Perchance it might happen. Accuracy with eternal slumber. Okay, eternal slumber might be a little too much, but should be a little bit of slumber at least. Little bit of slumber. Let me know how the background music sounds, what the level is like. Should be okay, I think. Not strong becomes strong through genetic mutation or manipulation. That's also a possibility. Not quite there in the human race yet, but you never know with the way that technology is improving. Seems good? Okay. Well, welcome everyone to the first RWBY OC review/help stream of 2026. For anyone unaware of how this stream is going to work, I'm going to enable a redeem down below, right at the bottom of chat, where you accumulate Phoenix Feathers while watching the stream. There'll be a redeem available for 20,000 channel points. It is a lot, but by redeeming 20,000 channel points, every time you redeem it, that counts for 1 page of OC description, akin to or I guess I should say abiding by the outline that I have put in chat now with the a Google document that I wrote out just to kind of give the specifications so that it's not, like 2-point text and people slam a whole bunch of information in there. Standardized at least. Every 20,000 points will redeem 1 page of OC description. That could be just descriptions of semblances if you want to have a couple individual abilities discussed. It could be an entire character, their, you know, portions of their backstory, their semblance, their weapon. Whether you just want to share it on stream, whether you want to get advice on it, etc. So you'll redeem on Twitch however many pages of OC description that you want to redeem. Artwork is completely free. You can add those on. You don't need to redeem extra channel points for those, but for every page of OC description, it's 20,000 channel points. Once you redeem on Twitch, there will be a channel made available in the Discord server. The Discord server is also linked down below, or !Discord in the chat. You'll go to that channel in the Discord under the streaming tab, and you will post your OC description there as either a Word document or a PDF document. Google Documents will not be accepted because those could be edited while I'm looking at them live on stream, and, you know, there are people on the internet I don't trust. Not necessarily any of you, but... 3 pages I have. Okay. Haven't finished your second team either? Alrighty. That's A-okay. There's gonna be... I mean, I'm gonna keep doing RWBY OC streams for the next decade, 2 decades. Who knows? Who knows? Better not be entering a Yoda war right now. No, I don't plan to, because the more you try to do the that's going to wear out my throat a lot quicker than just talking, because I need to be able to talk and review OCs for the next 3 to 5 hours, somewhere in there. Till the end of time. I see. The internet untrustworthy? I know. Who would have ever thought? But, you know, since I became, well, I mean, even before becoming a YouTuber, I knew the internet was untrustworthy. But after becoming a YouTuber, boy howdy, does your perspective on the internet get worse. Could say you're using OCs eternally. Hey. Well, I don't live eternally yet. Who knows? Genetics might get there. Meow. But, for now, yes. 1-year anniversary of your original series. Nice. Have your OC made for today? Nice, Nix. Look forward to seeing it. Cat, stop mooning the stream. All right. So, first things first, I'm going to go to the channel in the Discord. Permissions. Sync permissions. Okay, that should be good. I think everyone should be able to see the OC review submissions in the Discord. And I will yeet the kitty. No yeeting the kitty. So every government wants to be rid of the internet and privacy. Yeah, and especially, you know, having facial recognition and identification on everything so that they can steal not only all of your personal data, but also your physical appearance as well. Got back into the series after a decade. Just popped into my mind out of nowhere recently. That's good. And honestly, I think that's what a lot of people should do is, you know, take a break from a series if they feel that, you know, it's maybe not their current interest, or maybe they've fallen out of love with a series, and then years down the road, it'll pop into your mind again. It's like, hey, I should check this out. And then you'll have a whole new perspective on it. That's a wonderful thing. I can get 2K feathers before the stream ends. Maybe 2K might be a lot, but it is going to be a multiple hour stream. So after having 4 cats for like a year, I want to chuck Ember across the coast. No! What did he do? What did your cats do to you that makes you want to do that to him? Remember everything that made me love the world? Yeah. Can spot people points if they want. Well, we'll just have to make sure to coordinate. So, I will... viewer rewards, channel points. Let's go to... OC Help review. Limit redemption at 10. We'll cap it at 4 per person for now. We'll increase that after everyone's had a chance to get in their OCs that they want. Save. And it should be active now for people to start redeeming. Yep, already people were hand on the trigger, or finger on the trigger, ready to go. There's 10 spots available to begin, just so that, you know, I can try to make sure that everyone's going to be here for when I actually get to their OC. So we've gotten 7 so far, 8 so far. There goes 60K. It goes fast. Captain Gaming throwing out a hydrate in there, huh? All right, then. Trigger happy indeed. Indeed, indeed. And it looks like Ved was the first one to pull the trigger, so Ved will go first. Ved has also redeemed 3 pages of OC description. So it'll be Ved, then Power Ultra, then Nyx, then Pin Space. That is the current order that we have, unless someone requests to go later. That's the order we will go with for now. Down to 20.9K. Riva is up. Okie dokie. Then we will go here. We will just go here. Go here. And then go here. Here. Open this. Okay, get that there, get that there. Okay. Open here. Go there. Go here. Oh. Okay, there we go. Ash Winters, thank you for the 35 months. Thank you, thank you. Ready to see all the awesome characters? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Glad you are as well. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 35 months. Almost 3 years. Almost 3 years. That's crazy. Let's see. Go here. There we go. Get rid of that. Then we go there. And we should be good to go. Alrighty. Excellent, excellent. Just remembered the D&D character you mentioned yesterday? Oh, you gave her a name. Petra Osapago? Osapago? What's the last name in reference to? I'm guessing there's a meaning behind it. Going third, I am. The file I have sent. Alright, well, Ved is up first. And Ved's OC, the daughter of the sea, Riva Varsha. Ooh, that has a nice ring to it, Riva Varsha. That's a good name. I like that name. Birthday July 7th. Age 22. Let's go here. There's the daughter of the sea. Fun name. I agree. 22 years old, so recent graduate of the Huntsman Academies, potentially. Female, race is Faunus. Faunus trait is not inherently obvious. Does she have the shark tail? Height 5'7", 196 pounds. Heavier than she appears. Interesting. So that means her strikes are going to pack a lot of a punch. Hair color light blue, eye color dark blue, aura color light blue. B rank huntress, formerly a pirate. Interesting. Interesting. It's the scales. Oh. The scales aren't outwardly apparent. You don't see anything on her hands or anything? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. The pirate, you say. Marauder of the seas. Being a pirate in the RWBY universe takes some serious skill, too, because the aquatic grim, yar indeed. It's mostly on her shoulders. Ah, okay. Kind of underneath the pirate jacket type thing? Okay. Her weapon is the golden murderers? Murderers. Interesting. It's a pair of wide golden blade cutlasses with a golden rotating dust chamber on each one near the blue hilt. Both can hold up to three different dusts. On the right one has fire, earth, water. On the left has lightning, ice, and wind. Two swords can combine into one and use two types of dust at the same time. Alternate universe or canon? Golden Marauders. Okay, I had a feeling it might have been the Marauders because Murderers felt a little strong. Alternate universe. Okay. I think you know exactly why I was asking that too, because I'm just like, 6 types of dust. Alternate universe, go wild. But yeah. Canon might be a little, though you do have to wonder, being a pirate, you'd be plundering a lot of ships that would have a lot of different types of dust stores in multiple different ways, or at least in multiple different quantities. So, theory, maybe. With the alternate universe, are you combining, when you use 2 types of dust at the same time, are you having them combine into, like, different elemental abilities type thing? That was your thought process? Yep, makes sense, makes sense. And also, her being, she's formerly a pirate. I'm gonna guess, by the captain's hat, she's the captain of the pirates. And because of that, she would have first dibs on the spoils, so it makes sense that she'd have the most dust to diversity, or the most access to dust. I would think. Semblance is boat rocking. Interesting. She produces a sound effect that affects anybody within 25 feet. The sound attacks the inner ear and makes anyone caught in it come under the effect of seasickness. Closer someone is to her, the more severe the effects can be. Overexposure to the sound can reduce the effects, but never outright eliminate it. Ah... So, similar to the semblance that I created for Nile, yeah. It's alternate universe as a safety thing. Try to get it to canon as close as possible. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Because yeah, in canon, I'm like, pirates absolutely would exist in the world of RWBY because, you know, bandits exist on land. Why wouldn't bandits on the sea exist as well, which would be known as pirates? Boats are out there, maybe not in as much frequency as one might be in our world, because, you know, things can attack you from underneath as well as from the sides out in the sea, and the sky as well if there's flying grim. So it's a much more dangerous occupation, but they certainly would exist. Yeah. I bet sky pirates exist too. Those, it's a possibility for them to exist. I would think that it's more along the lines of bandits having access to a ship, maybe, because it seems like all of the ships that are capable of flight that we've seen in the world of RWBY are pretty much government owned and operated. No one has their own personal ships. So the only way that someone would ever be able to get them is either by stealing them from the Atlas military, as we saw in Volume 6, or stealing them from the Haven Academy Police Force, Mistral Police Force, or like from Beacon Academy. all of the ships that we've seen are just attached to either the Huntsman Academies, the military, or the police. Like, I thought Remnant might have protected routes. I don't know. And the only reason I say that is because whenever we've seen just, you know, transportation ships, in Volume 4, there was the boat that took both Blake and Sun to Menagerie, and that one was accosted by Grimm, and they had to defend themselves. In Volume 5, when Weiss got onto the cargo vessel, the ship that was going to Mistral because she wanted to escape from Atlas, it was attacked by Lancers. So, and it wasn't able to defend itself. If it wasn't for Weiss, there would be no defense. It would just be going down. So I don't know if there are protected routes. Maybe on land to some degree, but I think if you're traveling outside of the kingdoms, you're kind of responsible for your own defense, and that's why you'd have to hire huntsmen and huntresses. There are still gaps? Yeah. Still have pirates in general to this day? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, pirates 100% exist in the world of RWBY. We just haven't encountered any. That would have been interesting if they did encounter some in Volume 4, but they had enough storylines to cover already in Volume 4. I understand why they did not want to add any more into that. But overall, getting back to Riva, semblance is good. Pretty much like an alternate version of the one that I meant, but yeah. I meant IRL. Oh, yes. Well, yeah, I know. I know we have pirates IRL today. I know. I understood. Still, that one was already stolen from the White Fang, for example. This is true. This is true. Personality. Riva is hardworking and determined, to the point of being hard-headed and stubborn as an ox. Sounds like a pirate captain. She is always looking to make good of any situation. Somehow give a smile to her friends and family. Oh, she made it her lifelong mission to make Candy laugh at one of her jokes. She's a kind-hearted pirate. Though, I'm guessing... Well, we'll keep reading. We'll see. While also making them want to strangle her. Okay? Because of a bad pun or an unwarranted prank. Oh, she's got a bit of yang in her. To her, being out in the open sea is the truest form of freedom. She's got a bit of Luffy in her, too. Adventure and freedom are her biggest desires. Riva is a notorious flirt, especially if drunk. She flirts with just about any man, woman, human, or faunus. It doesn't matter. As long as they're fun to talk to, and if they're lucky enough to get along with her, I'm, well now, good in bed too, huh? On the battlefield, she's more likely to crack jokes and be general wise-ass than a flirt, which makes sense. Which makes sense. She's just out there living life whichever way she pleases, huh? Description is about average height, somewhat heavy muscle sets, very large bust. Had to emphasize that, huh? Shark scales on her limbs, long flowing light blue hair and dark blue eyes. She wears very light blue blouse with all of her shoulders exposed, a black corset, old blue pirate captain's jacket. On the back of the jacket is her emblem. Black thigh-high boots and a pirate hat. Fairly large light blue feather. Her emblem is the opposite side of the feather, in white. Her emblem is an anchor with a shark swimming through it. Miyu, hello! How are you? Alright, let's see the history of the pirate. Was born into a pirate family that sailed around the northern coast of Sanis. Her parents' ship was the Megalodon. Nice. Whose captain is her father. It's a large whaling ship turned pirate ship. Couldn't take on anything military grade, but unguarded to lightly guarded cargo vessels, and the occasional civilian ships were. So they will take on civilian ships as well. They're not the, you know, noblest of ones just going after cargo and everything. They'll go after civilian ships too. Am alive? Good to hear. Being alive is always one of the best conditions to be in, I would think. However, after Riva was born, they stuck mostly to smuggling and escorting, while Riva and her mother, Beryl, stayed on shore. Oh, by the time she was about 7, she started to serve on the ship. They allowed the daughter on the pirate ship at the tender age of 7, doing chores. When she was 10, she participated in her first ship raid. Folks didn't want her to be in this kind of life, at least not early in her life. Okay, yep, same thought I had. Then she wanted to go to one of the Huntress Academies and at least train to better the crew. But the two made a decision. Let Riva go to an academy and let her live her life how she saw fit. By the time she turned 15, she got her hands on a modified torpedo boat named the Goblin. Perfect for a huntress? And her team? Oh, okay. When she was 16, she was given a few crew members to look over her boat while she was studying at Haven Academy. Okay. Joining Team Darkness and having grand adventures rather than advertisers. They go around advertising their pirate crew. Torpedo boat from Black Lagoon. I have not actually seen Black Lagoon. Depends on if they really need things. Civilians are a last resort. Ah, makes sense. Monkey D. Luffy much? Yeah, kind of. Though Monkey D. Luffy doesn't go after civilians. He'll beat the crap out of Marines, but he doesn't go after civilians much. Unless it's like to prove a point or something. But got her own PT boat? Nice. Yeah. Now, most Huntsman and Huntress students don't have their own transportation. I know Yang has her bike, but that's... would make sense. Yeah, I guess it's fitting that they might have a boat. Given a number of crew members to look after her boat while she was gone, though. Interesting, interesting. Seems like you have a pretty well thought out character so far. Do you have a direction that you want to take her story, like, after she graduates, or are you more focusing on, like, her adventures with her team? Because you did mention that she's currently 22, which means in the current age that's shown here, she's graduated already. Shoot down a helicopter with torpedoes? No, I'd imagine aerial combat would be a weakness of the pirates, but she's got dust. She might be able to do something against them. Parents are a little bit worrywart. They let her onto the ship at age 7, though. Are they that worried? Just shoot down a helicopter with the torpedoes. Would that ruin the boat? Trying to fire torpedoes into the air? I'm not too familiar with torpedo technology. Just started season 2 of the One Piece Netflix adaptation. I've heard it's pretty good. I've seen clips of it. It looks like it's definitely different than the anime. Things are happening differently. Characters are appearing at different points in time. They're in different places than what they were in the anime. But for a live action adaptation, it seems pretty good. So her parents are worrywarts, and yet she's a notorious flirt that seems to go around and lives life as she pleases. And when she's out of sight, they worry. Given her personality, I can understand why they would worry. She's that much of a flirt and gallivanting around. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Interesting, though. Okay. Is there anything that you want me to touch on in particular when it comes to her character, her semblance, her weapon? Any questions that you have regarding, or did you more just want to share the character? Let's go here. Oops. Okay. Ah, and yes, the artwork was made by Mara the Bunny. Yeah. Mainly just showing her off? Makes sense. Well-designed OC. I do love her design. Very pirate-esque, the dual swords. As a person with a dual sword-wielding leader of my team, I appreciate the dual swords. Cat, what are you doing at my feet? Why? Fire the torpedoes, but Captain, they're in the air. I know what I said. Now fire. Do it anyways. Cat, what are you doing? Meow. He's not responding. The cat is catting, indeed. Guess where I got the sword idea from? Sun's Gunchucks? I'm trying to think of other dual wielders in the show. Sun. Does anyone wield dual swords in the show? I feel like there was one. Winter. Winter wielded dual swords. Meow. Go to the cat, I would say. It's a torpedo boat named after the goblin shark. There's a goblin shark? Hang on. Hang on. A goblin shark exists? That's a funky looking shark. What? Oh my god. That poor soul. Oh my god. Have I not heard of the goblin shark? I have not heard the good word of the goblin shark. Huh. Now I know. This is what all, or I would say most, goblins in fiction are based off of, because anime goblins look very similar to this. Zuko from Avatar The Last Airbender. Oh, okay, okay. Makes sense, makes sense. He do wield swords similar to, pretty much all exactly the same as this. Ember curious too? Well, he heard sharks, which is fish. They can shoot out their jaws at prey to eat them? A lot of funky things in the ocean. Oh, I know there's a lot of things. And we've explored, like, what, 10% of the ocean? There's still so much that we don't know. One day we're going to delve too deep and awaken something in the depths, and then it's going to be Pacific Rim. Pancake, hello! You're here, but not for long? Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of your day with whatever it is. But we're happy to have you here for as long as you can stay. As is the cat, right, buddy? Yes. So, anything else that you want me to go over with Riva, Ved? Anything else that you want to touch on? Because, like, honestly, semblance is fine. I have one very similar to it, so makes sense. Golden Marauders, again, only thing is the dust, but it makes sense with the pirate theme. It was the easiest to write, surprisingly. Okay, okay. When you have a solid idea for a character and a solid direction that you want to take them and how they would grow up, it does make writing them a little bit easier. Imagine the same happens in the game Still Wakes in the Deep. I don't know that game. Work is starting in 30 minutes. Ooh, and this building blocks signal the building is dense. Oh. Hi, buddy. Yes. You're so comfy. So comfy. But yeah, if that is all, then it's a horror game on an oil rig. Oh, I feel like I've heard of a game that was on an oil rig. So I'm guessing that's all of Team Dark's I've shown this past years now. Okay, okay. So all of the team has been revealed. And, oh, so since she's the R in Team Darks, then she's not the leader. Right. Must have forgotten. Meow. All right, then. Well, Ved, thank you very much for sharing your character. Riva is amazing, and she sounds like she's going to get up to a lot of mischief in the world of Remnant, and, well, depending on how many civilian ships she hits, there might be a Huntsman bounty put out on her at some point. Dungeon of the Samurai was the fire is the leader. Ah, okay, okay. It's hard to remember all of the OCs that I've gone over. If I see another image of them, the memories come back, but yeah, I don't remember immediately off the top of my head. Fire Samurai does sound familiar, though. It does sound familiar. That, and it was over a year ago now, makes sense. Makes sense. Unfortunately, the OC tournament in and of itself has made a lot of OCs kind of just blend. But I love seeing new ones. Love seeing new ideas, and I love seeing how people can operate within the restrictions of Remnant. But thank you for sharing your OC. We shall move on to, I believe it was Power Ultra that was next. Yes, it was Power Ultra. 3 pages as well. So, we will start with that. RWBY Crims. RWBY Crims or RWBY Crimes? Let's go there. Then here. And here. I'm going to say this now. I won't be able to go through all of the artwork. Because, like, still within reason. But, because, like, although artwork is free, there's still only so much I can go over in fairness to everyone else submitting. You can skip some you've already seen. I'll have to, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Put a picture in DS. Oh, stream discussion. Ah, yes, I do remember her. I do remember her now. Yes, yes, yes. Okie dokie. Prolific lad? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 51 pages of artwork. Prolific indeed. Alrighty then. Let's see. No, stop. Nope, need to go back one. Okay. There. Yeah, 51 pages of artwork. That I'm not going to go through it all. Unfortunately, I cannot. It would take a little too long. Anyone have a good simple recipe for chicken? Got some you need to cook up? I mean, I ain't no chef. Do you have a slow cooker? Overrated because I thought you didn't have enough? No, that's more than enough. Generally, I try to limit it at 10 pieces of artwork for any given OC. Because 51 pages of artwork. Because, you know, artwork doesn't need channel points to redeem, but, you know, within reason. Within reason. So I'll be going over some. Had 10 art of RWBY 3 months ago? Yeah. But, brother. All right. Alternate Universe Warriors of Remnant. RWBY Crimson. Age 19, volumes 1 to 3. Okay, so it would be 3rd year, probably. 21, volumes 7 to 12. Really? All the way to 12? I think by volume 12, assuming things happened the same way they happened in the RWBY timeline, Volume 10 is going to be a number of months, maybe even a year later. Share your productivity with me, please. Pan-cooked chicken and cooked rice. Ooh. Hydrate. Maki, hello! 31 pieces of art for her in 3 months. Power Ultra makes new artwork every single stream that I have. Every couple days there's new artwork. Faction is formerly on Salem's side. Oh, interesting. Village north of the shores of Vacuo. It's destroyed. Unemployed currently. Cyborg left arm. Okay, okay. Heights 5'9", trouble girl, keeping together under all of the stress. Can be talked out of a fight and is protective. Biological parents have passed away. Salem's the adoptive mother. Okay. Hazel's the father figure. Cinder Volume 3, April Volume 5, Guinevere Volume 8. All of them. So, in your universe, Cinder's gone. I see. Sisters under Salem. Neo's acquaintance, eventual friends. Then love interest. Okay. Arms up for Volume 8. Sindel, Cinder's daughter. I'm confused on the timeline here. Because Cinder, assuming at this time, is also, you know, able to pass as a Huntsman Academy student. So at the very least, she's, or the highest, she's like in her early 20s. Most likely she's still like 19 or 20 years old. Cinder's daughter? I'm curious of the timeline here because Harva's still 19 to 21 over the course of the RWBY series. Is Cinder older in your alternate universe? I'm assuming she'd have to be to have a daughter that she'd, you know, become friends with. She's older. Okay. Weapon, Conduit of Ashes. Bident that's also a flamethrower. Okay, okay. Special gloves and boots that allow her to skate, hover over the ground, and fly for a short time, made by Watts. Also the 7th Remnant ring. Huh. Okay. Alternate universe semblance, Mesomero. Allows her to make sand clones of fallen huntsmen she made contact with. That's strong. Are these sand clones able to use the abilities of those huntsmen? Prosthetic arm! Manosi has one? No? Okay, so it's just essentially raising the ghosts of the dead to mess with the opponents. Great hand-to-hand fighter, skating adaptability in fights, babysitting. The child. Cinder's child. Strategist, also incredibly fast. So, Cinder's daughter, does she take Cinder's daughter away from, when Sindel is threatened, even fighters bringing up her trauma? Okay. Prince of Persia inspiration? Inspirations came from these characters, I believe. I know Shadow, and I know her from... I don't remember her name, but I know she was in Black Panther. And of course, Sasuke, edgy boy. Don't know these two. Shuri, okay. Bridge story. Harva, 8 years old. Her village was attacked by raiders, Salem cultists. Interesting. She escapes on a boat with a power ring around her wrist. So she already had this when she was 8. But after a devastating thunderstorm, her boat was destroyed and a piece was lodged in her head. Eventually found by Salem on the shores of her island. When she woke up, she had no memories of her life before Salem. Thought Salem was somehow her mother. Taken care of by Hazel and eventually Cinder, Penelope, Guinevere, Frost and April Vertil arrived. First, Harvard and Cinder did not get along since Cinder's experience with step-siblings. Eventually, she did warm up to her, especially after Harva took an attack from a Grimm, as Cinder did not have Salem's sigil to protect her. A lot of other things that are added to this that are being mentioned, like the power rings, the sigils, and everything that I do not recall. But these are other, I'm guessing, power systems that exist within the world. Harva lost her left arm. Fortunately, Watts was able to build a new one for her. Now, 10 years later, as she is aged 18, 4 girls were sent to the 4 kingdoms to get both the maiden powers and relics, but Salem wanted Harva to go to Vale with Cinder, as Vacuum would be the last place of all of them they would infiltrate. Cinder and Harva lived in their hideout in the city, hang out and stuff, but one night, Cinder came back revealing that she was pregnant, and was afraid Salem would use the child, or worse. No, I'm not saying who's the father, okay? Which made Harva promise not to tell anyone about it. Also wanted to take the maiden powers for herself and not under Salem's rule. Eventually, Sindel was born, put into an orphanage. Was Cinder checking up on her from time to time? In your timeline, did Cinder also grow up in an orphanage? Cinder to protect Salem's subordinates. Is that Bucky? No. In your timeline, did Cinder grow up in an orphanage? That is a very important question. Because if she did, there is 0 chance she would put her own daughter in an orphanage. Given the way that Cinder was treated, if it's similar to the way she was treated in the show, 0 chance she would put her in an orphanage. If she cared about her kid, she wouldn't. She would not. So that's why I'm curious if Cinder had that same experience that she did when growing up. Now 5 months to when Cinder recruited Emerald and Mercury. Harva took a liking to them and trained with them. Mercury didn't share a lot, and M-Sword had a crush on Harva. Let's see even if she cares about the kid at all. No, it's blatantly said, and was afraid Salem would use the child or worse. Cinder also wanted to take the maiden powers for herself. Eventually, Sindel was born and put in an orphanage, with Cinder checking up on her from time to time. She cared about the kid. She cared about the kid. She was worried Salem was going to use the child, and for that child to be used against her, Cinder would have to care about the child. Cinder would not put it in an orphanage. Same one Matt once lived in, so it's going to be better than Mistral's. Did Cinder have the same experience that she did in the show in an orphanage? Even if someone tells her, hey, this orphanage is different than the one you went to, Cinder still would not want to put her kid in an orphanage. Yeah. She wouldn't want to put her kid in an orphanage, I don't think. But maybe there's more. Mercury didn't share a lot, and M sort of had a crush on Harva, but Harva was denied having similar... Harva lightly denied having similar feelings. Eventually, by Volume 1, they partnered with Roman and Neo, commit Dust Strawberry across Vale. Harva and Neo got to know each other for a bit when Roman and Cinder had to meet. Now, Volume 2, Team Karmazine was formed to infiltrate Beacon as second-year students from Haven, with Cinder acting as their chaperone under the name Ash. Help Leo to fake their documents. During the time there, spacing would be helpful. I understand you're trying to pack in as much information as you can, but it do be helpful to have separate paragraphs. Needed to put the kid somewhere? Yes. I understand that. However, if Cinder truly wanted to protect the kid, there's other like, that's the thing. It is a bit of a conflict of interest because she has a kid, she wants to protect the kid, and I'm guessing protecting her child becomes one of her main priorities. I feel like introducing a child into that would make Cinder, if she's to care about the child, it might make her not want to pursue the maiden powers, and especially want to get away from Salem's influence. I know you mentioned that she wanted to get the maiden powers to break away from Salem, but I don't know. Introducing a kid into that makes it so difficult because I really... I don't know. It seems... Seems like it creates extra conflict, or has conflicting things in the story. During the time there, Harvard met Ruby and made her rethink Salem's plans on destroying. Unfortunately, at the fall of Beacon, Cinder is killed by Athena Bluestone. Harvard found out, after taking Sindel to safety, that she had buried her sister's body, and later found Neo unconscious. Yeah, wall of text. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, it's a lot to read through, but we shall keep going. Yeah, puke of text. I get wanting to fit in as much as possible. For future reference, though, paragraphs are very helpful for, like, keeping your place on the page, at least. After a month, Harvard and Neo, along with Sindel, would embark on a mission to stop the other two sisters and try to convince them to betray Salem. However, April decided that during the Battle of Haven, April died at the battle where Raven killed her. Her body in the vault room, Harvard had to bury her too, eventually making it to Atlas before the heroes because they stayed to help rebuild Mistral. Steal an airship, take it to Atlas. Now in the kingdom, Harvard, Neo, and Sindel, now 3 years old. So at the beginning of Volume 1, the child was 1. Okay, just trying to follow along. I found a place to rest in Mantle. Harvard took care of Sindel and brainstormed the best way to approach Ironwood. Neo was stealing stuff for money. Eventually, Team Briar arrived to stop Neo after recognizing her from her Wander posters. So they fight. Fortunately for Neo, Harvard arrived in time to beat the hell out of Briar. So she alone beat an entire team of experienced huntresses? Because, like, Team Briar are fully fledged huntresses. Go eat food, we'll be back as quick as I can? No worries, Chaos. A text block could hurt someone? It could. It could, but we can handle it. So Atlas soldiers also arrived, but they were also defeated. Okay. She's strong enough to just take on... Yeah, Team Briar tried to stop Neo. But Harva arrived and beat all of Team Briar and all the Atlas soldiers. That's a really strong individual character at 21, correct? So at the graduate level of Huntsmen and Huntresses, she's already that strong. She hands Sindel to Neo when she sees the Funky Bunch. I'm still not familiar with who those characters are. Yeah. Here. Fight ensues, and she beats most of them until Matt stops her, both of them having rings they're equal. So those who hold rings are far above every other individual that exists on Remnant currently. Matt, Funky, and CL. Okay. Interesting. Are they all ones who possess these rings that make them extremely powerful? They fought and raced across the city, eventually heading into the mines. Penny, after recharging, came back in and backdoored Harvard when she wasn't looking. Matt and Harvard chatted. She told him she came to warn Ironwood about Salem's subordinates' plans to infiltrate Atlas, to bring her as well as Neo to Ironwood and explain as much as she knows. But keeping certain details, I'm guessing keeping certain details to themselves or a secret. With Matt vouching for her, Ironwood decides to let her stay in a nicer place up in Atlas with Neo and Sindel having surveillance. And after Matt's fight with his robot double... Okay. Robot double all of a sudden. You wanted a fair rematch with Harva. Of course, Harva would decline most of the time, not wanting to entertain. But when Sindel asked to see, easily breaks under Sindel's adorable eyes. End up being a tie. Harva felt she could have done better. Skip ahead 2 volumes. What? I'm confused on the timeline now. Because 1 page per 2,000 letters. Sure thing. Yeah. I'm gonna, after this, I'm gonna edit the requirements. For sure. So, we weren't at volume 7 yet. Sindel was already 3 prior to this. So, somewhere between her age, because it's a 2-year gap still between the beginning of volume 1 and the beginning of volume 7. So somewhere prior to this, so Cinder had a child while she was in Vale. Were they in Vale then for 2 years prior to the start of volume 1? Yeah, the timeline do get a little bit confusing. There. Okay. So they were in Vale 2 years prior to volume 1. Okay. Harva and Neo meet with the main heroes. They see that Roman, who's Oz's host, they partner with Roman and Neo to commit dust robbery across Vale. Are the conditions for Ozpin transferring to a new host different in your world? Or, if not, what about Roman makes him a like-minded soul for Ozpin to transfer into? Discover the meaning of too much info. Yeah, Roman is also with them. Neo was happy to see him, of course. Harva decided that being confined to a room under house arrest wasn't helpful. She needed to stop Penelope before she finds the Winter Maiden. So eventually, in the latter half of Volume 7, she, Sindel, Roman, and Neo escaped town to Mantle, where they were able to track down Watts' hideout, and they realize it was too late. Race back while being hunted down by the military. They're hunted by the military. But Ironwood knows about her and let her stay? Why would the military be hunting them? With all due respect, I'm so lost right now. It's a lot, because in this description, this is referencing a lot of other characters, a lot of other things that do make sense to Power Ultra for sure, because he's the one who wrote this entire AU, knows how all of these characters interact and everything. But as someone who isn't familiar with all of the different characters being introduced, when again, it's hard to find, like when, like, Penelope, like, she's just all of a sudden here. Is she, I'm guessing, no, she's not listed here as one of Salem's underlings. I don't know what her role in this is. Escaped the heavy surveillance safe house. General didn't trust them too much, so he sent the military after them. Okay. Penelope is Guinevere? Huh? Penelope Gwyn Frost? But how am I... Okay. Interesting. So that's messed up the naming? I see. Okay. Yeah, they're hunted down by the military. They split up, and Harva arrives to see Penelope with only half the maiden powers? How did she get half? Fighting RWBY, Penny and Winter. Penelope then sees Harva and Sindel arriving. Other half of the maiden power. Penny having the other half of the maiden power. How did the maiden power get split? Harva in distress. Then Ironwood wanted to arrest them after finding the truth in Volume 8. Penelope offers to let Harva return to their loving mother with along with Roman and Neo in exchange to see Sindel again. Desperate, Harva accepts, not wanting harm to come to Sindel. She's brought to the whale to meet with Salem and the other antagonists. Okay, so... Oh, she overpowers all of them and kidnaps Sindel. Okay, leaving the heroes injured. So... I'm... Interesting. Suck some of it from Penny with the bug. Okay. So... The power scaling here is also interesting because Harva alone is able to overwhelm Team Briar and a ton of Atlas soldiers. But then Penelope overwhelms everyone here. Harva and Penelope with half the main powers fighting RWBY, Penny, and Winter. So Penelope is then able to overwhelm Harva, who's able to take on entire teams of huntsmen and huntresses alone, while also fighting RWBY, Penny, and Winter. And Penny has half the maiden powers. Power scaling? She overpowered all of them and kidnapped Sindel. That's... Huh. The OP, please nerf. Exactly. Then Ironwood wanted to arrest them after finding out the truth. Penelope offers to let Harva return. Okay. She brought to the well to meet with Salem and most of the other antagonists, where she and the other two were put in the same room as Sindel. Distraught was given the mark of Salem on her back, meaning one day she'll be part Grim. Okay. Felt as she had failed to protect her sister's daughter, feeling empty. After a talk with Roman and comfort from Neo, she got back her resolve and broke out trying to find an exit, where they bumped into Emerald and Hazel, who had defected from Salem and wanted to join them. Made the way to the mouth of the whale just as Team RWBY, Junior, another team, Ironwood, and Penny fighting Salem, Team Armor facing off with Penelope. Joins Team Armor to take down her sister, eventually kicks her into the Grim Puddle, but then bomb is planted and about to go off. Oz taking over Roman to add additional power with his cane, and Hazel pinning down Salem. Everyone was able to get far enough, but Harva was the last to leave. It wasn't far enough as their airships were damaged, so Neo ran over to cover them from some of the blast. After the explosion, Harva opened her eyes. The whale destroyed. Neo passed away as well. Then Roman, who survived the explosion thanks to the last-minute shield from Oz, also resigned to see his partner unconscious and injured, so she's not dead yet. Later on, everyone regrouped back at Atlas Academy. Harva was in a medical bay holding Neo's hand. Roman was there trying to fight the merger of him and Oz. As for Sindel, she was wondering why Neo wasn't waking up. So the others announced everyone have to leave Atlas so they could evacuate the people of Atlas and Mantle to Anima. So Salem... So when the whale blew up, that was it? Salem was done? The heroes and volunteer huntsmen go to stop Tyrion, Mercury, and the warrior cult of Salem and Vacuo. So they separate from Neo with Penny having half the maiden powers. They're still able to open the vaults, use Ambrosius to create a pocket dimension to travel to Vacuo and Mistral faster. Once there, Harva felt something was off. She felt a familiar aura, and there was an explosion near the center of the platform. Rising from it was Penelope, now grimified, holding Penny by her torso, draining the android. She does survive, though. Neo passed out, not away. It's going to get worse. I see. Watt's also there with a strong android of his own. Everson ran while the heroes tried to fight them, though Penelope's second victim, Athena, tried to fight her, but even having the Fall Maiden powers, she was no match for her. She was thrown into the void, as well as each member of Team RWBY until RWBY herself was left. While that happened, Kane and Harva, along with the rest of Team Funky and the others, were fighting Watts' creation. Not before Matt stepped in after acquiring 3 of the 7 remnant rings, which I'm still not aware of what those are. With reassurance from him, Harva ran to fight Penelope with Lainey, Nora, and pissed off Ruby Rose. Fight was brutal, but by the end, Nora dealt the final blow and became the Winter Maiden. Realized the staff was taken, and the pocket dimension was falling apart, so everyone ran to the final exit. But Ruby and Harva were the last to follow and fell as the door closed in front of them. So Team RWBY, Athena, and Harva got stuck in the Ever After. Some of the differences from Volume 9, but don't have much here to explain. Just know that Harva gets taken over by the Curious Cat. Harva becomes the Summer Maiden. Raven dies, Yang becomes the Spring Maiden, Mercury becomes good, Jillian joins the team, Jax gets stripped of his semblance, Tyrion turns himself into a Titan Grim? That one's out of left field. Matt uses all 7 rings to become Ultraman. Uh-huh. They get a Megazord. Okay. Neo and Harva reunite, slowly begin the relationship with Roman's approval. Heroes in Salem are sent to the Ever After. Salem is separated from Grim stuff with the Sword of Destruction. Harva is on the verge of death. Everyone else finished off the remaining Grim half. Gods come back to Remnant. Live and leave in the Ever After, taking the relics, leave them behind with Osmond the heroes. Roman dies too. Oz and Salem die. Hello, Slingshot! Titan class Grim. Like, I'm guessing like the Leviathan. Ooh, okay. Oh. That was a lot to get through, I will say. Lost the plot? A little bit. So, a few tips. Spacing helps a lot for anyone else reading your story. Because so far, you're the one writing it, you're the one who has the main perspective. So while all this makes sense to you, try when you're... First of all, whenever you're writing a story, read it out loud yourself. Does it make sense? Is all the wording exactly the way you want it to be? And is it easy enough to follow along? If you're reading it, can you easily find the place where you were? That I had problems with. So just when it comes to formatting and writing in the future, I recommend spacing things out so it's easier to follow. Didn't catch that. You mind reading it again? I mean, feel free to go back on stream and rewatch that portion, but I don't think I'm gonna read it again because it's a lot. This is why I stopped writing fan fiction. No, don't stop writing fan fiction. But also, everyone, be nice. Be nice. So, spacing definitely helps. Also, with this alternate universe in particular, there are a lot of new characters, a lot of new concepts that are being referenced in just this one character's story. So, when writing everything out, I would recommend, like, when it's a given character, start out with Thought it was good? Yeah. Didn't you just arrive, Slingshot? Or were you here for the whole reading? So many constraints to staying in universe. Well, I don't know if there's necessarily constraints because it's alternate universe. So like the power scaling and power levels can be whatever the author chooses it to be. Again, though, I do have questions about the power scaling and power levels, though. I feel like it could use some balancing because, as I mentioned, Harva by herself was able to take out Briar and a whole bunch of Atlas soldiers. But then Penelope was able to come in, like Harva arrived to see Penelope fighting Ruby, Penny, and Winter. Penny had half of the maiden powers, and Harva alone, as I mentioned, has the power to take out by herself an entire other team of experienced huntresses, as well as a whole bunch of Atlas soldiers. And Penelope soloed them and kidnapped the child, which is a massive jump in power. So there has to be some explanation as to why these characters are so vastly different in power. Why Harva is so much more powerful than Team Briar. I'm guessing it's because of the ring that she has, but that's a concept that, like, how did she get the ring in the first place? Like when talking about a character's story, that's probably the thing that you should focus on, because what a lot of this is, more than just the individual character's story, this seems like a large portion of the story that happens within this universe as a whole. Is trying to cram as much information as you can in this? Absolutely. Absolutely. I see the vision, but outside looking in, it needs more work on consistency and fluidity. Yes. And also when doing... There's a lot of ideas crammed in, and I know trying to include as much information as possible, but when it's an individual character, it should probably also be focused on that character, because a lot of this is events that are happening throughout the world, and those events are happening to multiple other characters. So from my point of view, if I was to be given, if you wanted a different character to be reviewed in your story that is also in Salem's Side or what have you, a lot of these events where they're meeting up with different characters would just be the same from their perspective. Learn about the story, not so much the OC. And story review is fine. Story review is absolutely fine, but when it comes to wanting part of the story reviewed, it's also important to include the different aspects of the story. Do better with Rihanna next stream? Sure, sounds good. Everything is a learning experience, right? Everything is a learning experience. When new concepts are introduced that don't exist in Canon RWBY, as that's what I'm familiar with, like the rings, like, you know, where these mechs are coming from, like, you know, why Penelope is so much stronger than everyone else. It's important to include that into the discussion as well, because it becomes very confusing for someone from the outside looking in. And again, I know you're coming from this from the perspective of, you know, everything that's happening in the universe. You know what all of these different things do, what they mean, how different characters scale to one another. So yeah, it just all comes with experience, right? Where it looks crazy. Again, I'm not gonna go through all of it because 50 pages is a lot, right? Insert veil burning. Because this character, this isn't Harva, is it? Because this isn't Harva. That's Harva. Oh, and this is Sindel as well, the child. That's April. Okay. Matt and Hana, or Matt and Harva. Because, like, a lot of this, like for example, that's not even Harva. That's not even the character, right? It's the first RWBY OC stream you've got to see. Nice, Arceus. 10% is Matt, but remember, it's your redeem. Yeah. Fiona Time got corrupted, or she's just very angry. One or the other. Why does she look like Boros from One Punch Man? Sword of Destruction. Really, Maki? This is the first one you were available to get to see? I thought you were at other ones before, no? But it's so much artwork. Okay. Well, Fiona died, I see. Is there anything else in particular that you'd like me to touch on, Power Ultra? There it is, Ultra Matte. The one with all the rings. See, there's a lot going on in this universe that I have no knowledge about. Again, I reiterate, I know it's something you are excited about. You obviously wrote all of this. You have a lot of different references, a lot of different other universes incorporated into this, but you have to understand, myself and many others do not know the source material. We don't know where all of this is coming from. We don't have the same knowledge you do. You didn't watch for so long that didn't count. I see. But is there anything in particular that you would like me to touch on, Power Ultra? Otherwise, we shall move on. Look at that shitpost of the AU ending. 51 pages. Please give me a page number. Again, you are familiar with all of this. I'm not. So I don't know where I'm looking. I'd have to scroll through all of this because I'm going to be honest. This is a lot. After the group shot of all the homies, Power Ultra, you have this document as well. Page number. Please, page number. Saying after one or after the other, like after this group shot is Monkey. That's not Harva's lifespan is shortened. God's given Salem an offer to save Harva. Salem no longer exists and Harva is immortal. Why make her immortal at the end of this? Why make her immortal? After... What? Leroy! Ever since Josh Smith lost $5, his business has not been great. Oh no, not John Smith! Yeah, like, after seeing the toll that immortality put on Salem and Ozpin, or Ozma, why make her immortal? Though we feel pity for you, so we offer to trade her fate with yours. Salem's fate was a curse! We still want to keep the balance of life and death? What? That the gods... If the gods have the gods put the curse on Salem to have her learn life and death. Like, healing her is one thing. Reviving the dead is completely different. The curse of immortality was done for a specific reason. It was 3 a.m. when I made this. I have some bits to heal. Thank you, Vet. I appreciate it. I'm very confused. So it was 3 a.m. when I made this. So I do have to ask, Power Ultra, and I mean, no offense by this or anything. When you are writing all of this, you have a lot of ideas that you're, when you're putting pen to paper, when you're writing things out. Are you thinking about consistency? Are you going back and making sure that everything is tied together in a way that makes sense? Or is it more like coming up with a whole bunch of different ideas and being like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm genuinely curious. Cause when you say it was like 3 a.m. when you made this, that implies that it hasn't been something that was considered for a little bit of time. Coming up with stuff is your problem. I see. That makes sense. So here's what I recommend doing to help everything flow together a little bit more. Coming up with ideas is great. That's an excellent thing to have as a storyteller, as someone who wants to write their own story. Have a document that has, bullet points of all of these ideas. And then, as you have your characters and are writing a story, pick the ideas that you think make sense and that flows with where you want the story to go. You don't have to incorporate every idea you have into a story. Lorenzo, hello! I mean this with love. Your characters makes more sense than this. Well, Nyx is going to be up next, so... But just putting that out there. The guys get no diffed by Ultraman. I will someday. Please, I say this with all due respect. For the next time that you submit a character for review, please put some consideration to that. It would make it a lot easier to help with any world building, to give any advice on things that are happening in Remnant, and it would be easier to follow. Complex multiverse level, like Power Ultra. I know, I understand that you like Ultraman. I don't know anything about Ultraman. I don't know any of these references. I don't. I'm sorry, I don't. Just reeling from the fact. Wait, what? You met Casey Lee Williams just on the street randomly. You just ran into her yesterday. Damn. Like, I what I sometimes do is mark down things that are definitely going into the characterization of the world. Helps. I've heard yes to build your characters. To have hard yeses to build your characters around. Yes, and by all means, do not say yes to every idea you have, because that ends up with a story that is impossible to follow. It's like, hey, she sounds familiar. That's incredible. Did you have the chance to talk with her at all, or was she busy doing other things and you didn't want to bother her? But that's amazing. It's taking in her copy to return your RWBY DVD. She noticed that you talked for a bit. She offered to sign it? You were like, no, it's fine? She offered to sign it, though. Oh, my God. That's incredible. Oh, that's so amazing. I mean, to be fair, when you're unexpectedly meeting someone that you have a lot of respect for like that, like Casey Lee Williams, like, you'd be flustered, right? You'd be flustered. Remember thing, the result of Ultra heading down to Remnant, getting transformed mid-fight, and crashing into the planet? Okay. I don't know what that means. Why was all of this happening? Why is Ultraman involved in your story? Why? Again, I know it's because you want it to be involved because you are a fan of all of these other franchises, but does it make sense with the story that's being told? Yep, have a few hard yeses to put together to see if they fit together. If they don't, then decide which ones stay and which ones go. Exactly. Exactly. Because, like, I beats the time I met Neo's VA. Which is Casey Lee Williams. I know what you're doing. Because Casey Lee Williams is canonically Neo's VA. It's not like I keep a pen on me. Well, now, from here on out, you'll keep a pen on you at all times. But with this, we will be moving on to the next OC, because we do have to allot time for other people. To try to arrest the god? They didn't know it. They left Remnant 1,000 years ago? So, that's very confusing, because it's just... Yeah, when Neo gasps at her. Yeah. In Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle, Neo had to make, fighting sounds. Huh, ha, or I haven't played Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle. I don't know exactly what sounds Neo makes, but whenever she makes any sounds, it's Casey Lee Williams making those sounds. She's canonically the voice of Neo. If Neo ever does come in contact with Fox Alistair and the telepathy thing, the voice that we hear will hopefully be Casey Lee Williams. Met quite a few RWBY cats. Cats, you say. Casts. Oh, you've met Miles as well? Interesting. Hydrate and stretch. That's if Neo comes back. She's gonna have to. Even if it's just an appearance in the final volumes. Oh, mostly at conventions. I see. I never had the privilege of going to an RTX. Oh. If I did, though, I would absolutely be trying to meet the RWBY cast. Oh. Because it's like, out of the blue! You heard something crack? Yeah, that was my back. That was my back. Crunchy bones. Oh. Oh, pain. Yep. Old is indeed accurate. But, thank you for sharing your OC, Power Ultra. I appreciate it. It was a bit much, but it's all a learning experience, and I appreciate the enthusiasm that you put into your stories. It's obvious that you care a lot about the different franchises that you're a fan of. You want to incorporate them all into your story. Streamlining it is definitely something I would recommend, because maybe writing an Ultraman fanfic is more the direction that you want to go rather than forcing it into RWBY, because the scale that you get to completely invalidates every other Huntsman and Huntress that exists. So it does... Power scaling is definitely something to consider. Don't say such mean things. The hell, I'm old too. All right. So a while ago, don't know why it didn't show. Oh no! Why didn't that show up? I'm sorry, Maki. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't show up. That's so weird. Yeah, it didn't even show up with a notification. Huh. That's so strange. Totally 3 more ones for the next OC? Yeah! The RWBY Rider OC? Alright. Remember what I'm suggesting as well. Formatting and streamlining, please. Make it easier to follow. Back with the food, everyone alive? Indeed we are. We're about to move on to Nyx's OC. All right. Okay. Maki, I'm so sorry. Twitch, it's Twitch's fault, I swear. Did it? Okay, let's see if Streamlabs has anything. No, it wasn't even picked up by Streamlabs either. I don't understand why. I know when you do sub, there is the option to remove the notification and not have it notify. Did that happen by mistake, maybe? How's the other 2 brain cells? Well, I mean, he has 1 sometimes. But let us move to Nyx's OC, Xylon Karpov. Both are fighting for 3rd. Alright. Xylon Karpov, much like Team Atlas and the rest of Team Azure, is an alternate universe OC. Xylon's male, human. Color naming rule, black and green. The name Xylon derives from its original, from the Hebrew words Zayit, which means olive. Okay. And Zion, which is represented as a fortress or monument. Damn. Solidly built. Only 2 brain cells fighting for 8th. Damn. 20 seam streak. Serious. Thank you for the bit as well. I appreciate it. But yes, Maki, thank you for the sub also. I'm sorry that it was missed. I'm so sorry that Twitch didn't notify. Fight for last place, however many places it is. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000, they're going for last. Overview. Xylon is the 2nd member of Team Azure. I wonder which letter he represents. And alludes to the Himejima? Gyome? Maybe I'm pronouncing that close to correct. From Demon Slayer. Oh, Gyome. My god, okay. Is totally blind, is also the most insightful member of his team, and is a religious man being a Buddhist. Xylon is often the one to help Allison Fontaine get out of trouble she finds herself in, and is probably built like a brick shithouse. See how it is? It expired? What? Have a gifted sub from... Yeah, like... Point the weapon at Twitch, not at me. The bro's built like a truck. Makes sense. Tall, muscular, tan skin, green-black hair, and opaque eyes. Often wears a dark jacket and black pants. Semblance, transparent world. Is this going to be like a domain expansion? Transparent world allows him to amplify the sound created by an object he is touching. Oh. Combined with the Master of Aura grants him a sort of echolocation similar to a bat or Daredevil from Marvel Comics. Okay, okay. Makes sense. Yeah. Depending on how far the echolocation goes, like within reason, it could be possible within canon, but depending on how far it goes. Dude's blind? Yeah. Tendava Kogetsu is a large spiked flail with an axe at the other end of a chain. Spiked flail with an axe at the other end. So does that mean it's like... So it's an axe with a ball, with a spike ball and chain attached to it? Am I envisioning that correct? Xylon uses it with his semblance to generate loud sounds to disorient opponents, so that Xylon can sense his surroundings. Close enough? Okay. Backstory. Xylon Karpov is the son of Xylon Karpov. So is he Xylon Karpov the second? Or are there time travel shenanigans going on here? Xylon Karpov Jr. Okay. Okay, I was very confused there for a moment. Okay. And the Summer Maiden before Aria Monroe. Long story, not enough space here. Thank you. Texted your sister about meeting Casey? Yeah, absolutely. Leonardo Karpov. Oh, okay. Xylon Karpov uses mitosis. Isn't the Earth Pillar have the same weapon? I actually don't remember what the Earth Pillar's weapon is. I think it was a chain something. Due to his mother being a maiden, his semblance would have been Leonardo's dampened embrace, but because he was born blind, Soul adapted to make his semblance have the opposite effect. Due to his mother being a maiden, his semblance would have been the same as his father's? Why is that the case? Semblances are not strictly hereditary. She's yelling at me? Think I fumbled? Oh no! You idiot, bring a pen next time! But, like, you don't know who you're going to encounter. Symbols are unique to every single person, with an asterisk. The only hereditary semblance that we have seen is the Schnee semblance of glyphs. That one is hereditary, and that is likely due to the maiden magic. Oh! I say it out loud, now I understand. Hereditary because of the maiden powers. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Soul adapted to make his semblance have the opposite effect. He was trained to fight by his godfather, Sturmer of Team Atlas. Leonardo taught him to live with his blindness. When it came time for his childhood Allison Fontaine, his childhood friend, I'm going to guess, Allison Fontaine, to attend Beacon Academy, Theodore Fontaine asked Xylon himself if he could join Allison to help protect her, to which Xylon agreed. Winter Maiden Schnee semblance theory, yes. Which makes sense, in my mind. There has to be some reason for it. It would make sense if there's a tiny bit of magic. And oh no, not the fumbled! Hereditary because of the maiden powers, yeah. The Schnees are hereditary. They are. Got the Nepo baby semblances. Yep. And my theory has always been, like, all the way back since Volume 7, I think was when I made that theory, like, 6 years ago at this point. It just, to give some explanation as to why the Schnees are so special and why their semblance seems to operate differently than any others, would be that there's, like, the minuscule amount of magic attached to it. I can think of Fontaine without thinking of Bioshock. Is there a Fontaine in Bioshock? I'm not familiar with Bioshock. Think Nick married a maiden or was the son of a maiden? It could be. Or his wife was a maiden, potentially as well. Because to be fair, we have only seen the Schnee semblance of glyphs in the women of the Schnee family. It has only been Weiss, Winter, and Willow who have used that semblance. We have not seen it manifest in Whitley yet, so it might be only hereditary for the women of the family. We don't know. Another one here who, upon meeting Winter, thought she was Weiss's mother? No, not at all. I did not think that she was Weiss's mother. No, no. There might be some overlap with effects. And one family with hereditary semblances. Yeah, there are definitely overlapping effects. Like, we've seen semblances that have similar abilities and do similar things, so it doesn't have to be strictly hereditary to have similar effects throughout Remnant, but to have one that is completely hereditary, it's only the Schnee semblance. Initially thought of Bioshock at the time when working on Theodore Fontaine. So your brain physically clicked, understanding why Xylon had his dad's semblance was genuinely hilarious. Happy to entertain. Alex, hello. Many in the fandom would see Winter as the... there certainly are, Alex. There certainly are. Whitley probably does have it, but it could be dominant. Well, the thing is, Whitley has never done any sort of training in his entire life. I don't even know if the kid has done any physical anything in his life up until the events of Volume 8, where he had to help push a statue on top of the Hound. Kind of funny if the Schnee semblance was only women. I want Whitley to get his moment. I want the kid to, you know, now that he's gotten slapped in the face by the real world, and hey, your perfect little life can still come crumbling down around you, if he gets some humility and can grow as a person, he's never going to master the semblance over the course of the RWBY series because, you know... HD Ton, thank you for the tier 1! Thank you for the 1 year! I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Clearly Monty liked to play favorites. Yes, but regardless of... A lot of things in the RWBY series do exist because, hey, this would be funny. Hey, this looks really cool. I want to put this in. But there has to be a reason for it. And that is what all the volumes beyond Volume 3 are starting to explain. That's when the world becomes centered. That's when the rules of the world start to get explained. That's when things become balanced. Volumes 1 to 3 were not that. They were just like, hey, this is cool. Let's do this. Bad influence person can change a person real quick. This is true. This is true. This is exercise both I ever got was lifting his pinky when drinking tea. What do you mean? He had the butler hold his teacup for him, then he sipped from it. He did not lift the rule of cool in the early years. Yup, and the rule of cool, unfortunately, in my mind, has had such a negative effect on people in the community that they think the rule of cool is the rule of Remnant, which it's not. And I mentioned before, your favorite episode? I don't think you have mentioned it. Whitley and Jock, kind of glad he did. Yeah. Dance Infiltration. Is that the one where Jean's in the dress? But Whitley will be a completely different person in Volume 10? Yeah, like he already by the end of Volume 8, he was opening up and realizing that his father's way of life is wrong. Like, but back to Xyla. I definitely see where the inspiration is coming from. The semblance seems fine. Spiked flail with an axe at the end seems like a good weapon. Anything you'd like me to comment on in particular, Nix? We just drank Jean's punch? Oh, yes, that one. Yes. Whitley marrying Faunus, Jean rolling in his grave? Good. There's no body to roll over in said grave because he just got obliterated by Ironwood, but most of the 3 were like the Rule of Cool volumes. 4 on were like the rules and you have to stick with it. Yes. Volumes 1 to 3 were definitely created with the thought in mind of they want to create something fun rather than creating something centered. And that makes sense because the plot hadn't really begun until the end of Volume 3. The fall of Beacon Academy is what started the overall story of RWBY. Up until then, there wasn't a story. It was 4 girls going to school to learn to trade to fight monsters, and then they'll deal with the local criminal sometimes. That was the entirety of RWBY, up until the fall of Beacon. Episode where Jean has a dress. Yes, a lot of people's favorite episode. Xylon's mom is Arya Monroe's cousin, making Arya Xylon's aunt. Aw, cute! A lot of interrelated, well, not... a lot of moving pieces that are related to one another. There's a way to put it together. Love that episode because we got to see the good side of Neptune, who isn't a complete, well, idiot. Yes. Dance with Fire should be because Monty, and that's the thing, volumes 1 to 3 are incredibly special in the overall RWBY series because they have Monty's touch when it comes to the animation, when it comes to the amazing fights that exist. But you also can't deny, in terms of plot, there is no plot. Can't say more, but it's going to take a long time to explain. Don't want to take away from Pin Space. Fair enough. Fair enough. So you're okay if we move on to Pin Space's OC then? Was a story and background. It just didn't pop off till Volume 3. We didn't know about any of it until Volume 3. Volume 3 is when the concept of the Maidens got introduced at all. The most really, like, outside source that we had was just that, like, you know, the outside plot and the different threads that were potentially going to be picked up is that, well, Yang and her mother were going to interact at some point. God, we got good fights? Absolutely. We got amazing fights. Monty's animation style, second to none. Like, brilliant animator. But he wanted to animate the fights. He wasn't really that much responsible for the story. Granted, it was from his mind that the story was created in the first place. He thought of, you know, the girls inspired by colors, the world of Remnant and everything, but it was himself, Carrie, and Miles that all created the world of RWBY. The three of them together workshopped it. And that's what I think a lot of people overlook. But thank you for sharing your OC, Nix. We shall move on to Pinspace's OC. I feel that a good way to view volumes 1 to 3 is that of a prologue. Yeah, exactly. That is a good way to look at it. I almost consider volumes 1 to 3 as their own separate, like, prequel series. That it has a much different story that it's trying to tell, a much different purpose for why it was created than volumes 4 and onwards. Because it focused on different things. It focused more on, like, you know, little moments of humor, cool fights between the characters, rather than expanding the world itself or giving a concrete plot. Whereas volume 4 onwards was the reverse of that. Did Fantasy remains one of your favorites, as well as Haloid? I haven't actually seen either of them. I need to, though, at some point. How long's the line for OC review? Currently, just Pinspace. Pinspace is the only other name that is up there for review right now. Maybe next time? Yeah. Okay. Let's go here. Let's go here. Yes, Pinspace is the last one in the queue currently. Let's swap over to here. And now we have Erin Yarkova. Russian inspired? I think Yarkova is a Russian name, I believe. Posture check. Good idea. I think I was starting to shrimp a little bit. Okay. Independent former street urchin. Age 19, so second to third year. Theme, self-reliance and cunning. Okay, okay. First 3 volumes were more like those MLP or Winx types of storytellings. Yeah, it carries a lot of fun, goofy moments, a lot of, oh, we have this thing here, and this thing too. Isn't it cool? Well, those volumes that came after tried to be like Harry Potter series. Yeah, makes sense. It was all like, I don't want to say episodic, because a lot of the early storylines in RWBY did take place over multiple episodes. Like, for example, the one I always come back to, Jaundice, was like 2 or 3 episodes long in the original RWBY. But is it a native Russian speaker? I think it's more Poland inspired, just another type of Slav in there. Oh, okay. Interesting. I am not familiar with pretty much all European languages. I know un poquito español, and je ne parle pas français, but outside of that, not familiar with German, Russian, Slovakian, any naming schemes or anything, so I mean no offense. I'm genuinely curious and ready to learn. But Erin grew up in the harsh reality of Mistral's low class. Yup. Born into poverty, she was abandoned at a young age after her mother's death. Oh, and her father's inability to care for her. Not even, she spent her formative years at a children's home. I was going to say, not even an orphanage, they just left her on the street, but no, they children's home. Learning early on that she could only rely on herself. At age 15, she left the institution behind, trading a structured but bleak existence for the raw, unpredictable life on the streets. At 15, she voluntarily chose to live on the streets. His upbringing has forged her into a shrewd and pragmatic young woman with a simple philosophy. Don't play me and I don't play you. She's fiercely independent and has a street-smart intellect that allows her to navigate the dangerous underbelly of Mistral. Okay. Interesting. You know, French, since French is a second language in Canada, because Quebec, well, I don't know French. I don't. I took French for, I forget when the first year was that I had to start learning French. I think it was like grade 7 was the first year I had to start learning French. And I took it until grade 10. That's why I said je ne parle pas, which is I do not speak French. Je ne parle pas français. I do not speak French. All right, thank you for joining in, Captain. Oh, just need to go back to give someone a ride? All right, sounds good. Time to kill the dad. Well, I mean, if he's unable to care for the child, that's still seems to maybe, potentially, devil's advocate. They're looking out for the... No, we baguette. Exactly. Still in the first batch of OC submissions? Yes. There's still 2 slots available in the first batch as well. Aaron's semblance is Ultra Sense. Next batch should open up this. There's still 2 slots left in the first batch, if anyone wants to go for those. Aaron's semblance, Ultra Sense, is a form of heightened awareness similar to Preflex's, or Spidey Sense, that gives her an almost precognitive ability in combat. Je suis in something Quebecois. I am... City of Quebec. Sure. 18.6. Okay, feathers. Ooh. Time to deep calculate this. I see. This isn't true foresight, but a hyper-instinctive reaction time. Allows her to perceive subtle cues, such as a muscle twitch or a change in opponent's breathing before an attack is launched. Ability lets her anticipate attacks and threats before they fully materialize, enabling her to dodge, parry, and counter with incredible speed and efficiency. Her movements seem almost clairvoyant, as she can often react to a threat before it's consciously registered in her mind. Obviously, there's going to be limits to this, if canon, because, like, there's still going to be moves that, even if you can see it coming, you're still unable to dodge, and she's not going to be, like, untouchable in a fight, right? Montreal, exactly. Don't have the points, only have 4K? You'll get there. Quebec citizens. Ah. I see. And the weapons. Reaper's Dance. That's a cool name for a weapon. Aaron's weapons, which she calls the Reaper's Dance, are a pair of lightweight SMG-type guns. They are designed for high-speed, close-quarters fighting, reflecting her agile and aggressive combat style. Guns made for close quarters. Attached to the bottom of each barrel is a curved scythe-like blade. This design allows her to transition from ranged to close quarters combat. She can pepper an enemy with bullets from a distance before closing the gap to deliver quick, devastating slashes with the Reaper blades. The blades are sharp and designed for quick, lethal strikes, making her a deadly and unpredictable opponent. Ooh, okay. What was her inspiration? Do you have an inspiration for her character? It is canon, okay. The emerald. I see. Makes sense. Yeah, having a Preflexes type semblance does make her a lot stronger in a fight, especially if she wants to be close quarters. So it makes sense. And yeah, her weapons do sound very similar to Emerald's, though I'm guessing they're not like sickles in and of themselves. There's no chains associated with them, at least according to the description. But a close quarters fighter makes sense. Willing to sponsor Nyx's next submission. All right. If you want to submit, you can, as long as Nyx has agreed and everything. Then there's still 2 slots in the first batch available, so you can submit them if you so choose. And if not, there you go. Yeah. Same type of blade, no chain. Attached straight to the bottom of the gun, which can pop down when she needs them. Okay. So they're bladed at the bottom of the gun, but then they can pop down into... I'm not exactly sure which orientation you want the bladed edge to be, whether you want it slashing outwards or slashing down, but I get the idea. Let me get cracking. I'm gonna write it all right now. But yeah, with the preflexes type semblance, that would make for an extremely deadly opponent for sure. Slashing down. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. And living in the back streets, that's someone you probably don't want to run into in, you know, the back alley in close quarters. Did she end up going to any of the Huntsman academies? Or, well, her affiliation is independent, so she didn't end up going to any of the academies. What kind of progression do you have? I think the best way to balance precognitive abilities is the actual person has to react. The actual person has to react to the warning of that ability. Well, yeah, that's exactly what they mentioned. Like, it can see the muscle twitch or change in an opponent's breathing before an attack is launched. Because normally when, like, you know, someone's going to throw a punch, they shift their stance slightly to then throw the punch forward. Considering making her part of the snakes, do you mean spiders? Because there's no group that is the snakes that I'm familiar with. Unless it was something introduced in the Grim Campaign D&D RWBY spinoff. But that took place in Mistral, so I don't know why they'd have the snakes and the spiders. Spiders, yes, okay. Yeah, being part of the spiders would make sense. Would make sense. If you have no one else to turn to, and the spiders are willing to accept anyone that would stay loyal to them, then yeah. Tunnel snakes rule! Unconscious kitty. Not waking up. If you know, you know. I do not know. I know snakes on a plane. I understood that reference. Someone got it. Magus understands. Fat Boy. Is that something from Fallout? Why do I feel like that's from Fallout? Oh. So, is there anything else you'd like me to touch on, Pinspace? Anything you'd like me to go over with your OC? Anything you want me to cover when it comes to semblance, weapon, story? Anything else you'd like me to add? A few more minutes. Need to do more arm studies. Still working on Ulysses. Okay. Oh, so you're actively writing it out now? Mainly just to show off. Also wanted to see what your thoughts were. Yeah, I think well designed. Part of the spiders. What after joining the spiders, have you thought out like where you want the story to go beyond that, or is this just kind of like a character creation? We'll see where it goes later on in the future. Well, I was anticipating redeeming Ulysses at the next one. Okay. Well, best of luck with the writing then. Godspeed. But yeah, great character. Great character. Oh my god. Oh. So next time, definitely for OC review. Yeah, absolutely. Kind of see where it goes right now. Thought about incorporating her into a story. Okay, makes sense. Doing story bits and I might have something. I just need to find it first. Okay. Like, yeah, you can, like, it's the RWBY OC review / help stream. You can submit parts of a story, but, you know, understand that I might not know all of the different references and the things that you're talking about in that story if it is alternate universe, especially. Yeah. But yeah, definitely a good character. I look forward to seeing where they go in the future and how their story unfolds. Next up will be Nyx. Unless anyone has an OC that they would like to have reviewed right now. Let's go here. If anyone wants to go ahead, that's fine. You're almost done. Okay. I increased the number of slots. Magus, do you want to go? Vault 101? Is that the Fallout reference? Would design review need points? Design in what way? Art design. Because technically art is included free along with OC description. Because if we open it up to just art review, that might get a little bit overwhelming. Because unfortunately, that's the reason why I charge points for OC review in the first place, is because to just kind of streamline the amount of requests that I get. But not even sure who I'd throw in the ring. You don't have to submit anyone if you don't want to, Magus. It's fine to wait until you're fully prepared for the next one, and then you're not, you know, furiously typing at the keyboard like Nyx right now. But Nyx was also kind of thrown into the fire, oddly enough, by you! But, yeah, because I'm not opposed to reviewing artwork or talking about artwork and things like that. It's just, I know once I start down that path, there's going to be more requests that I end up having, and then that might take away from other things. So maybe that'll be something I'll do at some point in the future, though, because I know there are a lot of wonderful artists that are present in the guild, and I would love to showcase some of their artwork for sure. Yes, buddy. Sleepy kitty. But yeah, also, if Nyx is the last one to submit an OC review, then we could also have it be a little bit of a shorter OC stream today. I'm not opposed to doing that. I'm happy to review more OCs for sure, but you know, having some extra time today might not be a bad thing, because I don't think I've mentioned it on stream yet, but in 2 weeks' time, there's no stream on Saturday or that Thursday. Don't have enough points, unfortunately. No worries. Because I'm going to be going to another tournament. But there are people like Magus and Daisy who are willing to spot if people have their pages ready. But if people weren't prepared to submit, then I wouldn't be surprised if pages are not ready. Work in progress, not sure the direction to go further. I see. All right. We have Ulysses Tengen. All right. Well, Magus redeemed one for someone. Ulysses in the building indeed. All right. Let's see here. So, like with the rest of Team Azure, Ulysses is an alternate universe OC. He's male. He's a coconut crab faunus. Interesting choice. Color naming rule, white and red. His full name means wrathful and origin of heaven. Damn. Anger exists in heaven? Think all my OCs are still a work in progress? No worries. Again, there's no pressure to submit now if you don't want to. If you would like advice on certain things or have any questions that you want some help with, absolutely willing to help with that. But only have 21.6, don't know how many pages your next OC will be yet? Exactly. Like, it's okay to save up. Honestly, saving up until you have 80K and then submitting a full team all at once, or if you have one OC that you want to go in depth on, having 2 or 3 pages worth, that makes sense. Origin of Heaven's Wrath. Yeah. These are cool. Wish I could do it. I have complete faith that you can do it, Ray. I know you can. Everyone can create OCs. If you have just any other show or any characters that you like from other media or abilities that you see or what have you, you can absolutely use that to work into an OC. It takes time. It takes patience, but you can absolutely do it. Ulysses is the 3rd member of Team Azure and alludes to Uzui Tengen from Demon. From Demon. Just Demon. No Hunter. Just Demon. Only Demon. And Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. Davy Jones wasn't a coconut crab. He's a major goofball, but extremely loyal. His fondest trait is his right arm being that of the coconut crab. Demon Slayer. Oh, yes. Hunter. Slayer, not Hunter. Yes. The rate of feather gains is so confusing. It is. I don't understand it. I don't control it. Twitch just does a thing. It's going to be weird for me when I finally submit your first 4 OCs to share. You're saving up to points. I feel if I follow instructions for the doc, I might mess up. It's okay, Alex. It's okay. Just, you know, write it out beforehand. See how many pages it's going to end up being. Use proper spacing and, you know, flow, and it should be fine. We're pretty much ready to go. Just got to collect the art, but short 3.5K. I see. Actually did that with your team. Ridgeback. Only had enough information to put 2 characters on 1 page. I had enough to redeem 2 pages when I showed them. Yeah, exactly. You can do that. First OCs were Bleach and they were bad. Everyone has to start somewhere. Even if they're not, like, your OC doesn't have to be perfect from the get-go. It doesn't have to be, like, the most elaborate thing either. Semblance is Crab Hammer. Pokemon move. Allows him to store damage in the aura within his claw, then release it similar to Yang and Atom semblances. Okay. Power storage, but in just the 1 claw. His weapon is smoke bombs. It's just smoke bombs. He uses his claw to fight mainly. Okay. So it's not even necessarily a weapon, it's just apparatus for utility. Pull up the site to post your OC. Discord. It's Discord. There'll be a channel in the Discord server, OC review submissions, and that's where you will post your OC. Backstory: he was born to a fishing family in Vale, and his parents run a fishing company who bought out the Fontaine fisheries. Used to be owned by Neurofontaine. Then the Great War happened. He joined the Huntsman Academy to bring business to his family's company. Is he running like a weekly fish market at the Huntsman Academy? Does he set up a fish shop at lunches and sell fish sandwiches? Or, I mean, the document? Yeah, you submit the document in Discord. So it'll either be saved as a Word document or as a PDF document, and then you'll submit it in the Discord server. If you don't have it saved as a PDF, if it's like a Google form or something like that, you should be able to print the document or go to the print tab and then be able to select save as PDF, and that should be able to create a PDF file for you. Hey, Rail, hello. Stream's been pretty good. So he does set up a fish market. He also does haircuts in the men's locker room. Does he cut hair with the claw? Or does he hold the scissors in the other hand? Because normally when cutting hair, at least from the hairdressers I've been to, they have one hand to handle the brush, you know, to hold up the hair that they want to cut, and then the other hand with the scissors. So he'd have one hand to hold up the hair and then the claw. I gotta respect the hustle. Also, yes, I see. Now a claw the size of an arm, or I guess bigger than an arm, because, you know, Davy Jones' claw. It's not the most delicate instrument. It's not as, you know, like the scissors that can get cut finely. How? It's surprisingly profitable, but how? Like, for example, if someone had short hair like mine, right? How would claw cut? How would claw cut? Claw can't cut. Claw incapable of cutting. I would think, at least. Yeah, Q Jim Carrey, nobody can stop the claw. Where's that from? Meow. If hair short, then use actual scissors. But again, that brings me back to my first point. Whenever I've seen my haircut, because my hair's short, they have to use one hand to pull up hair like this, other hand use scissors, right? Claw, hand, claw too thick, can't reach hair. How work? Oh, it's from Liar Liar. Ah. But how? Claw no work. Claw too thick. How hold scissors in claw? I don't. There's physical limitations here that I'm not seeing how they're overcome. The anime logic, don't question it. I guess it'll be one of those things where it's just like, oh, a poof of smoke goes up and then they're hairstylist. Claw hold head. Okay. That's not how hair cutting works. You're not just holding the head and then cutting the hair there. They need to hold the hair and then cut. The problem is that the hair, if it's short, it's too close to the head. The claw is again, Davy Jones is the reference. That's a thick claw. It doesn't have the fine fingers in it. It's a thick claw. So how is he supposed to grab the hair using a claw like that? Inches for attractive. Oh god. Reminds me of an idea for twin characters. I've noticed there was an Atlas cadet to turn huntress, and I'm thinking the twin characters would have been her bodyguards or something when she was a cadet. Maybe travel with her to the Huntsman Academy as part of her team. Why would she have bodyguards as a cadet? Nothing can stop it. Physics cannot get in the way of the grind. Don't question. So beyond glad I did this. I see. You're glad that I'm questioning the logic of the hair-cutting, crab claw wielding Ulysses? I'm curious, cause claw is not a delicate instrument. It's useful for a select few things. I guess I should also ask, is it, cause crabs tend to have two separate claws. There's a crushing claw and then a claw that's used for more fine things. Does he have the crushing style claw, which is what Davy Jones has in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies? Or does he have the thinner, like, claw that would possibly be able to do this haircutting expertise? Her dad would be a colonel, so I assume him being a colonel makes him paranoid with his daughter. Ah. More time questioning, the more feathers again. This is true. It's like Frankie from One Piece was a small extra arm inside of his massive arms for small work. So much just a small claw somewhere inside the big one. One Piece and its Looney Tunes logic does not apply to RWBY. If it was a prosthetic claw, then maybe, since it's alternate universe. But hadn't thought computing. Oh no. Oh no, here we go. Smaller claw inside the bigger claw. So what did you do today? Oh, I discussed the logic on how I could do haircuts with a crab claw the size of an arm. Yeah, my mom doesn't really ask about the streams that I have. I'm sure she hears some of the stuff that I say in here, especially when I'm screaming at her Bane or things like that. But, for the most part, she doesn't really ask. I raise you as why. Dog being mailed. I raise you what we talked about earlier about volumes 1 to 3, not really there being more for gags and fights rather than actual plot or realism within the world. We have not seen any animals or living beings being mailed, volume 4 and beyond. Who won Virgil and Sephiroth? I know about Sephiroth. I don't know who Virgil is. I have small claws tools to help. I see. This is pretty much the good ideas to fix the problem. Make the real claw small and comfortable, something to work with, and just a big artificial claw above it to be his weapon. I mean, yeah, that in theory could work, but it's not practical. Huntsmen and huntresses are supposed to be relatively practical in the weapons that they choose. Posture check. My posture's been really bad this stream, huh? Can't find it, spend an hour on the storyboard, it disappeared. I have so much rage. Oh no! Daisy, I hate to tell you this, but this is the way that the world works. The moment stream ends, you're gonna remember where it is and you're gonna be able to find it. No. Captain Gaming? No. Oh, okay. Call him lame? Yes. Big Claw. But Big Claw. Why are you so fixated on Big Claw? If he has Big Claw, then he cannot cut hair. From Devil May Cry. Ah. Checked your files? It's nowhere? Was this a fever dream that you had when it was written up? Did you dream up the idea and then also within that same dream of writing down the idea? But Big Claw does Big Claw thing? Yes, but Big Claw thing is not cut hair. Trumpet weapon, professional weapon. We got Flint Cole up in this house. Let's send Yang to punch him really, really hard. Please do. So, is there anything else that you would like me to cover with Ulysses Tengen? He have Big Claw. He needs tools so Claw can halo cut hair? What? Oh, health cut hair. It was like halo cut hair. What is a halo cut? Could be a big aura claw? That's also a possibility. This is the Oh So Elusive OC tournament? No. This is not the tournament. This is the OC review. Very different. The tournament is something separate and a much larger scale and would be much more involved. Halo cut? Perhaps. That when you say a halo cut, considering we're talking about a character with a big claw, all I'm thinking is that, you know, the claw goes around the person's head and then they just chop and then they have no top of head anymore. With enough aura training? Hunters, practical, should remind you, they actually used a fishing rod as a weapon. Pretty much versatile. It was versatile for him. He made it work. You're not getting my haircut by that stylist? Yeah. Some ball throwing today or later on in the day? Ball throwing. ball throwing? Think that's it? All right, Nix. Thank you for sharing Ulysses and scrambling to write everything up. Appreciate the big claw. All righty then. So, Magus, did you redeem for Slingshot? You throw Pokeballs. Ah, nope. There's not going to be any Pokemon after this. Today's stream is the OC review stream. Because the big claw. Also, welcome back, Captain Gaming. How was the ride? Hope the weather was okay. But yeah, I won't be playing Pokemon after this. After the OC reviews are done, I'm gonna call it a day there, and then go work on other things because I need to prepare for. I'm preparing early for a trip that's coming up in less than 2 weeks now, and on top of that, I need to record YouTube videos in advance. I also, this weekend, want to record the spoiler video that I have for Radiant Origins, the next set of Grand Archive. Yes, the little kitty is indeed here. He is here and he exists. His little face is just poking out on stream. Yes. His Seraph episode, maybe? I am writing it. Slowly but surely, I am working on it every day. Windy as hell. Oof. Wind sucks. Makes driving more difficult, but it's better than, you know, rain and snow. But yes, new Seraph episode is on its way. It's difficult to balance dialogue when there's like 8 characters at a single time to make sure that everyone has some part of the conversation is actually, you know, doing something. Pseudo Scramble won't be submitting today. Scary Buffalo Man next time. Sounds good. I look forward to it. Had to give a ride. Bought you some Starbucks. Nice. Feel your pain? I know everything that I want to happen throughout the chapter, and I have, honestly, I'd say 80 to 90% of it written already. It's just fine-tuning the dialogue that's the problem. But the next Seraph chapter is nearly there. Slingshot even still here? I don't know. I don't know. I'm assuming so. You can always delete Hesper, make the writing easier. Yes, I hate her. Why do you ask? No commento. No commento. Now she may grow on you. Maybe. Maybe it'll get worse before it gets better. Maybe it won't. I don't know. I don't know. Isn't that right, buddy? Spiders are friends, not foes. This better has huge trauma behind her. Well, can't people just be assholes for the sake of being assholes? Meow. Sorry, again, there was so much in that document. Just had a story I wanted to share. Oh no, bit of miscellaneous facts about all your teams. Oh, there was a lot more to that then too. Oh no. Are you sure you saved it in that place that you've been checking? What have you used Team Seraph in your fanfiction? Something that stands that I actually have the need to add yet another team to the story and really like to work with those 4. Seeming pretty fun to work with, if you don't mind, of course. Sure. You can add them in. I will say, you know, Obviously, since, you know, Hesper has just been introduced and the story hasn't progressed that much, the overall, you know, team dynamic has not actually been revealed yet in the story. So you're free to use them, but I will say, first of all, thank you for asking for permission. I really do appreciate that. And secondly, just please make sure to credit where the characters come from. And I'm guessing that they're going to be like either minor appearances in the story or like side characters type thing, right? Bit of a thought. Are the serial numbers on the Huntsman licenses anything in particular? Made a template Huntsman license for OC and just wondered if it mattered what the number is. I don't think it matters what the number is. I think it's just a unique identifier for each Huntsman and Huntress. Same as like a driver's license number. The license number is just a unique identifier to them. So I guess if they take on a certain mission or what have you, scan their Huntsman license, they know who exactly it is. I'm fairly certain. I remember working on it, was writing for one of the other teams. Oh, always make sure I save things twice so I don't know what happened to it. Damn. Pulls out old Seraph crossover ideas. Make sure you're in the loop when I go to these ideas. Yes, please. Because that's the thing. People can use my characters in their stories as long as they, one, ask me first and tell me what scope they're going to be in the story with. Because my one rule about the characters is that the only people writing story, like relevant story things for my characters is me. That's it. But if you want them to like just appear as, you know, part of the story, as tangential, like, oh, they're helping on a mission or something like that, sure, absolutely. Again, just ask permission first. It's all good. But if like there's like character development and like things like that, you know, you're not chopping off Sarah's arm or anything like that, for example. Let's see. You did it right, Slingshot. However, I will point out your document is 5 pages long, and there was only 1 page of OC review that was redeemed. So I can go over the first page, but I won't be able to go over all of the other pages. And the reason that this restriction is in place is because if I go through a lot of other pages, like it's mainly for time. So that's 2 pages now. Okay. Daisy put in 1. Okay. Cool. So I'll go over the first page and I suppose the second page as well, thanks to Daisy. Just the first page. Okay. You're paying for Chaos. Okay. So first page for Slingshot and then 1 page for Chaos. That's how fanfiction works, right? See much different view on the characters between creator and funnel will be? Yeah. And yes, just side characters. It won't be much of a thing. Since it doesn't plan them changing, at least dramatically. It's just fan fiction after all. Your point of view is above no matter what end up with. Yeah, exactly. And that's just mainly the understanding. And I'm glad that you understand that. I know there's other people out there who don't, because there have been people before who, like when I first released my characters, that were immediately just like, I'm shipping my character with this other character. And they're like, that I'm writing a story around that. And I was like, I don't feel comfortable with that. Because 641,000 feathers and still saving. For what purpose, though? I do question. But let's go over Joey Drew. All right. The illusion is the wonderful musician. Age 17, colors brown. Okay. Joey's a dark-skinned male with brown and gold jacket with speakers on both sides of the jacket, and a white shirt, black pants that have gold lines around it. Brown headphones, black hair, and golden eyes. With black and gold shoes, wearing fingerless gloves while also having rollerblades with gold wheels on them. Dang, golden accents. Maki, there's the sub. Thank you for 10 months. Thank you. I appreciate it. Why didn't it work before, I wonder? Twitch, what are you doing? Maki, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. I'm sorry Twitch was giving you difficulty. Did you figure out what it was that was preventing the notification from going through? Twitch sleeping on it? Or is this just delayed by like an hour? I blame the Scuff Queen. Okay. So, is Joey an alternate universe OC or an in-canon OC? Finally, my dose of serotonin. I appreciate it, Maki. Thank you. Oh. It was delayed, but did it make it that much sweeter? Was it worth it? Was the delay? In canon. Okay. Just refresh your browser. That's all it took, really? That does make me wonder. If the browser had never been refreshed, the notification wouldn't have gone through, but Twitch still would have taken the money. Damn it, Twitch. Did Joey not think of Joey Wheeler? Anime Joey's, the Joey Wheeler is at the top of the list, but this Joey is a different Joey. He's a musician. Didn't hear Joey Wheeler play any instruments. Joey's weapon is a dust string blade shamisen called Golden Riff. He can control element with hand signs, a guitar, or infuse dust into the blade. A dust specialist skill with dust for making his music stand out. Interesting. He can control elements with hand signs, guitar, or infuse dust into the blade. Like, I know what a shamisen is, because I've watched the anime Snow White Notes. So I know what a shamisen is. I know what the blade is. It's not a guitar, though. It's different. How does this dust infusion work, though? Let's guess the inspiration for this OC is earphone jack from MHA? Maybe. Twitch God just wanted to steal your fame? Apparently so. Apparently. Personality is a silly, happy-go-lucky person telling dad jokes. No, not the dad jokes. Oh, no. Loves to play and listen to music. Dancing, snow cones, giving people nicknames, vibing, samurai. That one's out of left field. And loves to see the crescent moon. Likes to make a lot of references and dislikes people disrespecting instruments and music. What about people who don't listen to music? They just don't listen to it. It's not disrespectful or anything. They just don't listen to it. Bullying, racism, hate getting his clothes messy, and when someone calls him a stupid bard, oh no. Fears good witch, makes sense. Losing his loved ones and his nightmares. A bit more of your ADHD randomness. Thinking about making a horse faunus character. You bringing Uma Musume into RWBY? Is that what's going on here, Pinspace? We're gonna have Gold Ship running through the kingdoms. Everyone fears Good Witch. Yeah. Yeah, and there's no running from her because of her telekinesis. If you start running away, she'll just, rip a tree out of the ground and throw it at you. Flaws. He acts like a child and is annoying, naive, and stubborn. Silly when he plays his music, and sometimes comes off as overconfident and disrespectful. Ooh, there are some fun facts. He can play every instrument, and depending on the dust he's using in his guitar, and the gold in his clothes changed to that color of dust. So, how old is this character? She's a tomboy, so maybe? I see. I'm curious to the age of this character, because when you put in that can play every instrument, it falls into that same category of jack of all trades and people wanting them to be a master of all of them. Because that is unrealistic, unfortunately, especially in canon. And as well as how many dust types can be used, because in Remnant, dust is not only finite, it's also, expensive. And for the most part, characters, unless they have access to like a dust company, like Weiss Schnee and the Schnee Dust Company, they may only use 1 or 2 types of dust, unless that is specifically their specialty. Now, it does seem like dust is this character's specialty, but I think it said 17 further up. 17! Ah, yes, mastering every instrument by age 17 sounds like an impossibility. I don't think playing every instrument at 17 is possible. Being able to play multiple instruments, sure, but able to play every instrument might be a little bit much. Fighting style. When Joey fights with his guitar, he gets a bit carried away most of the time, showing off fighting with some flashy moves, throwing his enemy off guard with his performance. But when music is off, or if someone breaks his headphones, he's a lot more serious and fights with his blade as he shows a different side of himself. So, the blade is, I'm assuming, is what the shamisen is, being strummed with, right? Because the blade's, like, relatively small. It's about the size of the person's hand. It's not like an actual sword blade we're talking about here, correct? You want to get a building thrown at you? Aura and semblance. Joey's aura is a golden color. His semblance is called Drop the Beat. So when his music is playing, him and his allies get a boost when near him. This also gives a tiny speed boost, while Joey's speed is increased thanks to his rollerblades. A boost in what way? It's like a katana. Oh! Dust string blade. Okay, his weapon is a dust string blade shamisen. A dust string blade shamisen. I'm finding it difficult to imagine how this looks. Because there's the shamisen. Obviously, the blade would have to run up the actual shaft of the instrument. How would you wield it? Now that's a katana. Okay. He can control... So when it says he can control elements with hand signs, how do you mean? Please elaborate on this. It's... Okay, so the blade runs along the shaft of it, so then how does he wield it? I don't know how he can control dust. We going full Naruto? That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting, but I would like a description of how Slingshot views it as working. We can read the beginning of the backstory. A small village near Mantle was attacked by bandits and Grim. Joey was the last survivor of the village, being saved by huntsmen and huntresses. As a kid, they took him to Atlas, low level of Atlas, Mantle, where he does his music and does some party as a host DJ, not knowing much about the world around him. But one thing is certain: he will never let anyone experience what he went through. Okay. Hand signs are like rule of cool things. I don't like using rule of cool as a basis for that. One thing I always say in because like rule of cool is kind of like alternate universe stuff, because if we look at anything volume 4 and beyond, rule of cool doesn't apply as much. The transformation of weapons, yes, but when it comes to like essentially, from my impression of this, being able to use hand signs to use dust, you want them to have magic, is what it comes across as. And also, how many dust types do you intend for him to wield? Because like when it comes to things like this, with dust in particular, magic and dust are separate for a reason. Magic is much more powerful than dust, and because like we have to compare, if we want to create an OC for canon, we have to compare that OC to other OCs that we, or not other OCs, other characters that we see in canon. I want to say 4 dust types. Okay. Might still be... might be okay. Does he have access to like a way to reacquire dust when he needs to restock? Like a regular source of it? Because like one thing we have to keep in mind, there are a number of characters. Like look at the Vital Festival tournament in Volume 3. That is where, you know, a lot of characters who are 17, 18 years old were fighting in the tournament. And, you know, Reese Chloris, for example, had a hoverboard that could turn into 2 guns. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. You know, on her team as well was character that just wielded a bow staff. There was a character that just wielded, well, mostly fought hand-to-hand combat. Then if we look at Team Bronze, there was someone who had a sniper rifle that was just an axe. It didn't transform at all. Then there was someone who just fought with spiked brass knuckles. No dust, no nothing. So if you make your character too versatile with too many different things available to them, then they become overpowered within the RWBY universe. Give them dust nail polish, releasing small reactions with gestures. I mean, it's not impossible, but it doesn't seem practical, because at that point, you're just adding that to the character. Like, using the nail polish example, you're just adding that to the character because, oh, dust is cool. Does it make sense with the character within universe? Type thing. Turns out your mother had met Casey Lee Williams before. Oh. Something she told me when I texted her a bit ago. Oh, you sweet summer child, that wasn't the first time you've seen her? Huh. Interesting. Lorenzo just meeting Casey Lee Williams all the time. During my school talent show back in like high school, I performed every opening and Casey was in town. Casey apparently heard about it. Damn. Wow. But back to Joey. Characters within the universe do need to be relatively balanced to one another. It didn't get a photo, sadly? Oh, no. Because he didn't know? It's okay. Next time. If you have ran into each other twice already, 3rd time's the charm. But since your character does have connections to Atlas, having access to dust makes sense. But just with a balancing perspective, because even with the characters that we've seen from Atlas, not using Weiss as the example because she's the Schnee Dust Company heiress, and also she has the semblance of glyphs, which is far beyond broken. It is the outlier. It should not be used as a basis for comparison. You know, Team Funky, for example, that's the kind of thing that we need to compare to. Like Neon, like Flint Cole, and the abilities that they have. We don't know the semblances of the rest of their teammates, Ivory and Cobalt, but just want to know your thoughts? Yeah. Overall, really interesting design, having the shamisen that's also a blade. And then with the semblance of being able to be kind of an enchanter almost to buff the allies up. What type of buff do you intend Joey to be giving his allies? This also gives them a tiny speed boost. So is it mainly just speed, or is this supposed to be an all-around boost? Because that will need to be balanced as well. And it'll also depend on how many people that Joey is boosting, how quickly his aura would drain. The aura drain is definitely something to take into account. Overall, I think the semblance should be fine as long as it's balanced, but speed is for himself. Now it sounds like two separate abilities. So when Joey's music is playing, he boosts his allies and increases his own speed? Because that would be two separate abilities. Which wouldn't work as a semblance. Because every semblance is a single ability. Again, Weiss and the semblance of glyphs notwithstanding. Every semblance does one thing. So, because again, I understand wanting to give your characters more abilities to have them be able to do more things, but in the world of RWBY, it is a relatively low-powered world, the universe that they exist within, and I find it much more interesting. That's why I like RWBY so much, is because characters only have their set tool set. They have their one semblance, and then they have to train in, you know, the various aspects of aura, whether they want to train with their weapon, whether they want to train with their semblance, whether they want to train in aura in and of itself. And they have to focus on those aspects and be able to use the tools that they have available, the limited arsenal that they have available to handle the jobs that they go out on. And this is a trap that a lot of people fall into, is that they want their character to be able to handle every situation that they come across, or have a tool that would be useful in that given situation. They don't need it. That removes the creativity from writing. If a character is just given a tool to handle things, or to make them better at handling things, they should struggle. They should have to rely on others. That's why teams exist in RWBY. And perhaps if they are a solo huntsman or huntress, then there's certain jobs, certain missions, certain even areas of the world that they just wouldn't go to because they know that their toolkit is ill-equipped to handle it. So that's definitely something I would think about, whether you want to focus on the speed aspect of the semblance or focus on the kind of boosting aspect of it. Have each buff be like dust, for example. Wind dust for speed. So, in other words, you're wanting his semblance to buff everyone around him based on the type of dust that he's using. We haven't seen anything like that in canon, so we have no basis for comparison. It sounds very powerful. Again, the only basis for comparison would be Weiss, and we're not using Weiss as a basis for comparison. because she's far and away, her semblance is more powerful than every other semblance. My suggestion for balancing is the boosting ability, have it be something that is just strictly invigorating the allies around him, rejuvenating their energy, not necessarily their aura, but if they're exhausted in a fight, then it helps them recover from an exhaustion, or, you know, feel more energetic in a fight, getting back into the fight, that type of thing. Because, you know, that's what music can do for people. It can energize them. It can help them focus. It can this, that, or the other. That would make sense for a music boosting semblance. And then, personally, I would say that limiting the weapon to 2 types of dust would probably be a good idea. One of which can be wind, which Joey, using his weapon, if he activates the wind dust, strums the string of the guitar or whatever, that could let out a burst of wind. And since he's on rollerblades, that could help him accelerate in that way, rather than having it all be part of his semblance. Weiss is the exception pretty much to everything. Yup. Yeah, Weiss is not a basis for comparison. Do have a character that has a mechanical mage staff. I call the Staff of Elements. Theoretically, she can use all types of elemental dust, but she mainly prefers to use fire dust. And that's the thing. Theoretically, every character in RWBY can use every type of dust, because most types of dust have bullets available to them, but they don't because cost and availability and practicality. But those would be my recommendations for balancing when it comes to dust utility and the semblance in and of itself. Weiss and Winter, since they have the same semblance, the Winter is more experienced. Yes. When we're referring to Weiss, we know we're referring to the entire Schnee family, because Willow is in that same class as well. She has the semblance of glyphs, but yes. Thank you for suggestions. You're welcome. Honestly, really good designs, really good ideas. I do love the idea of a shamisen being used, and the songs are like a musical semblance, or semblance related to music that invigorates the allies. How would a healing type semblance work? Healing is very tricky because you have to balance it with the aura consumption and the extent that healing would be possible. You're not regrowing limbs. It's technically not a spoiler. In Piers's backstory, there was a character that I did give a healing semblance to. Healing semblances, you have to be able to balance them with how much aura it consumes from the user and, you know, how that healing works. The way that I worked with it is that the amount of aura that is consumed by the user is the amount that the healing aspect of another person's aura is enhanced by. Think Jean's aura amp, how Jean is amplifying all aspects of a person's aura, including the healing factor. If you're focusing on healing, it just amplifies the healing aspect of it. It doesn't increase a person's aura or restore a person's aura. It's just healing them. Because Jean, his semblance can not only boost aura and help heal a person, it can also, you know, boost a person's semblance. It can boost a person's aura shield. Jean is... I would recommend not giving a person aura amp specifically. If you're going to focus on one specific aspect, I'd focus on one specific aspect. It's been so long since I've seen Pierce's video. Yeah, there was a character in there that I gave a healing semblance to. How would the semblance work compared to unlocking one's aura? That I have the answer to for my character. But it could be a number of different things. It could be the desperation to want to heal an injured loved one. It could be a desperation to want to heal themselves. They've been grievously wounded and they want to fix it somehow. It could be something even as simple as learning about, like having an interest in becoming a doctor or a medical expert. And so 2 dex types would be lightning and wind. Good choices. Good choices. Wind to help with mobility and could also be used in fighting, and then lightning would could work very well in a number of different aspects. Yeah, those would be good choices. Okay, Val, hello, how are you? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, there's a number of different ways that a person could unlock a healing semblance. If they had the motivation to become a doctor, had an interest in medicine, then perhaps if they found that that was their calling, that was something that they wanted to do, then that alone could help someone awaken their semblance. It would be longer than, a single traumatic event, but it's something they could discover as they research, as they figure out what it is that they want to do. So, Slingshot, is there anything else that you would like me to touch on? Any questions that you have, or anything that you'd like me to go over in regards to Joey? Anything more that you would like me to discuss? I'm glad you're doing well, Val. Glad things are going all right. Let's see here. Healing oneself, aura breaks, no healing. Aura not broken. Aura heals anyways? Yes, aura does heal anyways. Again, don't use Volume 1 Jean as the reference, because Jean awakened his aura and then a scratch healed instantly. That was Volume 1. They didn't know how aura was going to work at that point. They hadn't figured out all the balancing stuff. Focus on Volume 4 afterwards. That's always my suggestion. Aura does have a natural healing factor with it, but, oftentimes, at least from what we've seen, a person's aura can be unlocked when their semblance awakens. What do you think of the fighting style? Fighting style seems good. Gets carried away with some flashy moves, but then throwing an enemy off guard with his performance. So he's performing in the middle of a fight? When music is off or someone breaks his headphones, he's a lot more serious as he fights. His blade as he shows a different side of himself. He's very serious about music. That's my inclination. It's a roadblock when it comes to healing semblance. Yeah, there's different ways to go about it. I did write a healing semblance, and I do have a backstory for it that will be revealed eventually. But maybe the amount of aura needed for healing depends on the severity of the injury. Cuts, not so much. Reattaching a limb would take a lot more. As I mentioned, it's boosting the aura of the individual based on the healing factor of their aura. How much it would take for their aura to heal. So if it's a scratch, you're right. It would take a lot less aura to heal, but aura is different from person to person. Some people's aura are going to be much more attuned to healing, depending on how many injuries that person has suffered throughout their life as a huntsman, depending on how much that person's aura is accustomed to recovering. It's going to vary person to person, wound to wound, injury to injury. If someone, has a massive gash and they're bleeding out, yeah, it'd take a lot of aura to stop the bleeding, potentially. But, are there some aura suppressing cuffs? Kind of like Sea Prism Stone cuffs that weaken sap energy away from Devil Fruit users? Not that I know of. Again, unless something was introduced in the Grim campaign, the D&D campaign, but at that point, I would not treat that as canon, because in the show proper, any technology like that has not been introduced, and we've been through 3 kingdoms thus far. We've been through 75% of the world, and that kind of technology has not existed even in the technological center of the world, which is Atlas. Yeah, he's always performing. I see. Sounds like a little bit of a showboat for sure. But one other thing I will mention, and I will recommend, you do have to remember he is 17 years old. He is a first year at Beacon Academy. So you have to balance him accordingly. Because he still has to have room to grow while he's at the academy to become a graduate huntsman. And then even beyond that, he needs to be able to grow as a huntsman as he operates as a huntsman throughout his life. You don't want him at max power right now, for sure. Like, he's still learning. This is how he learns to become a huntsman, how he learns to fight Grimm, etc. Like, so make sure he's balanced. Is a siphon the user gives their aura to jumpstart one's broken aura? You can do that by gifting your own aura over to another. That's kind of the similar idea that I have, but except in my case, it doesn't restore a person's aura. It temporarily... Think of it this way. It essentially creates a patch of aura over the wound that is of the injured person's aura and is healing it that way. Maybe for like prisons, cuff that strains aura. Of course, never seen it in canon. Yeah. I don't think there's any technology that specifically restricts aura. It may exist, maybe, but you can't use it in any canon stories because we don't know if it exists in canon. We've seen technology that does interact with aura and can transfer aura from one person to another, but outside of that, I wouldn't... Yeah. Been through 80% since we've visited Menagerie and Salem Castle as well. True. Being a nerd here, sometimes I just say, actually in the moment of music. To be fair, I wanted to say Menagerie as well, but Menagerie is not the place where I'd think we'd find, aura limiting handcuffs, but you are correct. Yes. Atlas would have it if anything. Yes. Yeah. Like any technology that you might be like, oh, could this exist on Remnant? It would be designed in Atlas, most likely. Atlas is the only one for aura technology. That is for certain, because it needs someone like Pietro or Watts. And those kind of characters only exist in Atlas. Even Velvet's father, Velvet Scarlatina, her father, worked in Atlas. That's the only reason why she has access to hard light dust. And the scientists go to Atlas. That's where they do the research. That's where they do all that. But yeah, whenever it's canon OCs, we have to reference canon. And for the most part, you need to reference volumes 4 and up. You can use things that have happened or have been said to some extent in volumes 1 to 3, but things were very unbalanced in those volumes. And if you take a number of the things that happened in volumes 1 to 3 and put them into any of the later volumes, they feel out of place. We need to examine RWBY as it is currently for a lot of these things. But with that being said, Slingshot, thank you for sharing your OC. I hope we've been able to cover most of the questions you may have and go over most of the things we're able to within one page, at least for Joey. I do like the character. I love seeing how characters work with different sound, work with music, and having a semblance that is kind of an enchanter boosting their allies. I like to see different people's takes on it, because oddly enough, I also maybe have a take on this for a different character with different inspirations. But thank you for the opportunity to show your OC. Very welcome. And also make sure to thank Magus for sponsoring the points as well, which I think you did already, so all good. And now we have Chaos's OC, I believe. Twin OC submission. Okay. Okay. Let's go here. Let's go here. Yes, that should work. Cool. Atlas Tech, Mistral Art from Black Market, Veil Culture, yes. Vacuo Mad Max. Unfortunately, Vacuo is the place where I think they've had to... Vacuo, I would say, is resourcefulness. If you're going to kind of give them each their own archetype like that. Vacuo, I would say, is resourcefulness. Because they seem to be the place where, at least if we look at Team Indigo, Octavia, she was the first character that we've seen where, like, dust has been forged into the metal of her blade. So she has a flame sword that has dust forged into it. I think that's where that kind of resourcefulness comes from, is Vacuo, because they have limited resources and they have to make do with what they have. So rather than using dust in a more wasteful way, where it's like, you know, refining the crystals and then putting it at the end of a staff to be able to use that and then it'll run out, they're trying to incorporate it in different ways. But let's go over Chaos's OC. The twin OCs. They're made for alternate universe, but made them as canon as possible. Flavio and Luna Santos. Portuguese meaning of gold saint and moon saint. Gold and silver aura, respectively. Ah, I see. But they both have white hair. Team Atlas are your Vacuo team and have made quite the resourceful bunch. Yeah. Obviously, resourcefulness comes with an asterisk. They can't do everything and anything. But, you know. Imagine Vacuo being full of people that can dismantle things and repurpose everything. Yeah, I would imagine so. Or at least there's a couple people in each tribe able to do that. Both are 5'7". Both 18 at the start of Volume 1. Both are ambidextrous. Flavio prefers left-handed, Luna prefers right. Both have autophobia. Oh, fear of being alone. Ah, they're attached at the hip. Twins that actually get along. July 24th is their birthday. Flavio's the older one. I'm sure that comes into play at some point. Both twins are simple, optimistic, and childish. They like people who have loads of energy, so much that they can be either clumsy or too much to handle. I see. They both have hard-to-control habit of finishing each other's sentences. Do they both say bow bow by chance? Don't blame them if they try to. Weapon, Octane Slashers. Octane Slashers... Octane Slashers are a pair of machetes with an 8-slot revolver-like chamber that can hold 4 different dust types, which can combine to turn them into double-ended swords. Both Octane Slashers can transform into a revolver. Getting some Fred and George vibes from them a little bit. You just got that burp. Glad someone got the reference. No, they don't, Chaos, but they could. They could. Dust types is fire, water, wind, and rock. Flavio uses fire and rock. Luna uses water and wind. And see, this would be interesting. So, and the twins' joint emblem. Commission Mara to draw the twins. So they each have one machete then. And then the 2 machetes can combine for one of the twins to use it? You'll have to seriously bribe me. Well, you can always come up with their own catchphrase. Okay, interesting. So they are definitely tandem fighters who are well accustomed to fighting with each other, know each other's mannerisms, can, to some extent, predict each other's moves and fight alongside them. So that, if needed, they can toss their weapon to their twin, combine them, they can attack, the weapon can be... That would... I would love to see a fight involving these two animated in Monty's style, because holy crap, that would be incredible. It's them swapping weapons back and forth, jumping around. Like, that would be an insanely cool fight. Reminded of Sora and Shiro from Normal Game to Life. Yep, I thought of that exactly when I read that as well. Flavio, Paradox Speed Plus is a semblance that allows him to make others move faster when he touches them. The longer he touches the object or person, the longer the speed up effect lasts, but also the more aura drained from Flavio. Luna, Paradox Speed Minus, a semblance that allows Luna to make others unburdened by friction when she touches them. Oh, it doesn't slow them down. It makes them it also makes them faster. Cardinal Halo! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Oh my god. Thank you so much. What's the occasion? Thank you for the gifted subs. If you got a gifted sub in chat, make sure to say thank you to Cardinal Halo. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Cardinal. She's caused a few bad people to slam into walls. I see. They can no longer stop. Longer she touches a object or person, the longer the effect remains. More aura is drained from her. I see. Sub-gifting stream lag. Made the stream lag. Oh no. Something remind me of Mas and Menos from Teen Titans. They sound familiar. Cardinal Stark at it again. No kidding. Both twins use their weapons in machete mode, focusing more on hacking and slashing their opponents. Twins use their semblances on each other to help boost their attack speed and movement speed around the battlefield while swapping the machetes between them. Honestly, this sounds pretty balanced. This sounds pretty good for canon. Honestly, this is really cool. I really like what you did with these characters. The way that I can picture them both fighting together, and the way that they would fight, swap between their weapons, and like I can just imagine their weapons changing hands between them multiple times throughout a fight. I do a buddy of mine did and gift 1,000 subs. Cardinal Halo, if you have the resources to gift 1,000 subs, I wouldn't recommend doing that because, one, you need to understand that on average, I get like 20 to 30 viewers per stream. Across, a month of streams, that's maybe, I want to say 50 or 60 individuals. There's a lot of people who follow, but, Chaos? No. But I'm going to point this out right now. If you gift it as 1,000 subs, Twitch takes more than half. Twitch takes more than half. Just going to point that out. I too have a team of twins, but they share the same semblance. Alternate universe, but could be a rare oddity in canon. It could be. And that's the thing. That kind of thing could be possible. It's just we haven't seen it thus far. Why Twitch takes so much? The way that it's broken down, I don't think I can describe exactly how it is, because one, I don't know the exact inner workings, and I think there's also some contract type things, but there's the sub, it used to cost $5. I think it costs a little more than $5 now, but out of the $5, let's say, hypothetically, $1 is taken for, like, overhead costs and other things, taxes maybe, or whatever it may be. Like, let's say hypothetically $1 is taken for some purposes. Then out of the remaining $4, then it's split in half between Twitch and the streamer. Corporate stuff, that's why, pretty much. There's a portion taken off the top, and then what remains is split between Twitch and the streamer. That's the easiest way to put it. So the streamer does get less than half. But I will also point out that when it comes to bits, if your goal, there are Bits and subs perform different goals on Twitch. Subs are great for viewers in the stream because they get to watch the stream without being interrupted by ads, getting access to more emotes, and being able to enjoy the stream more. But after a certain point, as I pointed out, you know, I have on average 20 to 30 viewers. Once everyone watching the stream has a sub, gifting subs beyond that doesn't exactly serve that much of a purpose. Reaching certain sub thresholds does permanently unlock emotes, but, you know, that can come with time as a channel naturally grows. If your goal is just to strictly give money to the streamer, and I'm not saying myself, but anyone on Twitch, bits gives, you know, whenever there's 1,000 bits, for example, or like, yeah, 1,000 bits, I get $10. Just straight up, I get $10. The 1,000 bits costs more than $10, but I think it's like 11 or 12 bucks. It's just straight sending money. 3K to go until you can submit. Nice, Ash Winters. You probably won't get there this stream, but for the next OC stream review for sure. Anyways, back to the twins. Yeah, the twins use their semblances on each other to help boost their attack speeds and movement speed around the battlefield while swapping the machetes between them. Yep, exactly like I thought. Their background. At a young age, Flavio and his sister Luna were two of the many highly intelligent children kidnapped at a young age and brought to Fort Arrowfell to be part of its Project Coeus? Which was a think tank created to help create countermeasures to Grimm. Why would they need children for a think tank? As the twins grew up in confinement and meeting the demands of the fort, they tried to make friends and connections, but were aggressively punished. However, despite the aggression, the twins kept each other happy. As the twins grew up, they kept trying to escape, but failing. However, during one of their escape attempts, Fort Arrowfell was attacked by a large horde of Grimm, which seriously damaged the facility and caused Grimm to get inside. The twins were chased by a pack of Beowulfs, and during the intense clash, they unconsciously unlocked their semblances. When they found a safe haven in the facility, twins came across an armored figure who helped them escape the madness in Fort Arrowfell in a cargo ship. While on their way to Vacuo, the twins' cargo ship crashed in the desert due to being attacked by a lancer swarm. Cargo ship was attacked by lancers. We don't know if lancers are in Vacuo, but sure. Can you go recap the story a bit? Want to submit or at least get a brief synopsis of it in a few pages? If you want to, you can. Super smart people stuff, I guess. After a few days in the desert, the twins were found and rescued by Gris Goldfield and brought to his tribe. Wait, what happened to the armored dude? Twins came across an armored figure to help them escape the madness of Fort Arrowfell in a cargo ship. So he just got them to the cargo ship and sent them on their way. He did not go with them. Either that or he died in the crash, because he's not there when the twins were found and rescued. Gris recognized the twins' aura and semblances. Recognized them? And offered them to become huntsmen and huntresses, or just recognized that they had unlocked it. But the twins declined, only wanting to find a place to call home. Agreeing to this, Gris allowed the twins to stay with a widow in the tribe as her adopted children. Now part of the Godfield tribe, Flavio took to creating things for the tribe like equipment, enjoying the challenge. However, occasionally Flavio and Luna would get a sense of adventure when Elvis Goldfield started his huntsman career and would occasionally sneak out to accompany him. They're not trained huntsmen and huntresses, though. Why would he let them accompany them? In between Atlas and Vacuo. Okay. Makes sense. Getting the armor figure, that is up-and-coming story spoilers. Okay. Makes sense. I figured that they were story relevant to some degree. I was just surprised that they didn't go with the twins. That it's just like, hi, children. You need to escape? Here. Go on this ship. They'll probably be fine. Adventure! Yeah. But, yeah, overall, like, their semblances, fighting style, and everything seems like it's balanced for canon. And then, obviously, the story is going alternate universe directions. Which, great. Love to see it. Is there anything you'd like me to touch on in particular? Because honestly, no comments really on the fighting style, the semblances. I really like how you've incorporated the twins together, how their semblances kind of work in tandem, and how they're kind of almost like two fighters in one. Oh. 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 Nope, really happy that I had no major issues. Alrighty then. Well, thank you for sharing, Chaos. I appreciate it. What the hell? But with that, that does bring us to the end. We got an EP boss bird. Yeah. Didn't sleep all that well last night for whatever reason, but that's okay. That does bring us to the end of the current queue for OC submissions, though. We can end early, but if there is anyone who wants to submit their OC, there's still time. There's still time. Don't have anything I need to get to yet, so we can absolutely go over some more. Not doing it again. No worries, Magus. No worries. That's the thing. Save your points for your own OCs if you want to as well. It's great that there are people who are sharing, but there's no pressure to share if you don't have anything ready or you don't have enough points. Like, because I completely understand that, you know, you weren't anticipating sharing this stream and so you don't have anything ready. I don't want people to feel pressure that they have to this stream. Is it possible to have a multicolored aura? No. The only instance that we have seen of that happening is from the book Before the Dawn, when Jillian Asturias had absorbed aura from multiple other people. And that is the way that she was able to have a rainbow-colored aura, is because she had absorbed... It's essentially just the colors of the aura of people that she absorbed aura from. A person cannot naturally have multicolored aura. Arcana, hello! Thank you so much for the input, and thank you, Magus, for helping. Yeah, absolutely. Happy to help, Slingshot. I'm glad you were able to get something out of it. And again, thank you for sharing your OC. It's always nice seeing what people come up with. Just gotta put one more piece on the page. Okay, okay. So, I have to save it, put it as a PDF, pull it over, but want to bring one of your work in progress OCs? Sure. Sure, if you want to. Good to have that confirmed? Yeah. So, no rainbow aura, because color naming rule specifically is for one color. Each character, like, I mean, you can have, obviously characters are going to have multiple colors within their design, but there's supposed to be like one main color that they're inspired by. What aura breaks? Is that something they can see, or is that just a visual for the audience? I believe it's just a visual for... Well... It should be something that characters can see. Because when Pietro showed his aura and how there were like holes burned into it, everyone there could visually see his aura. So it's not just a visual for us as the viewers, it is a visual that characters can see. So realistically, when a person's aura breaks, it should be visible to their opponents, or to anyone, their opponents, their allies, etc. My buddy. There's sometimes in coats him in an aurora aura. Yeah, like a semblance can create other colors, but your main aura is just one color. What about a character named Rainbow? Well, pick a color. That's its main. That's the character's main color. Just because you name a character different doesn't mean you get to break the rules. That's already been established. You could name a character Al Weapons if you wanted to. Doesn't mean he can wield all weapons. Get your butt away from me. What are you doing? Yeah, that's the thing. Don't matter. You gotta obey the rules. Main color white. Like white light. I see where you're going with that, and then give them a prism semblance, or a refracting light semblance, and then they can create other colors or something like that. See, we haven't, I don't think have we seen a white aura color? Because Weiss's, even though her color inspiration is white, her aura is light blue. So I don't know if we've seen white aura. Reality is it should exist. There's no reason why it couldn't, unless the writers are considering, well, no, they can't be considering white and black not actual colors, that it's, you know, shades instead, because Weiss and Blake are both inspired by the colors white and black. But Pinspace has redeemed Sky Saffron. All right. Very short one, but looking mainly for ideas, I take it? Okay. Sky Saffron, age 18. Hometown is Atlas, a human. No semblance yet. Weapon, ooh, the Talon of the Sun. A Khopesh. Egyptian curved sword. Transforms into a long-range railgun. Okay, okay. Is Jean white or yellow? Yellow. Easy yellow boy. Dust integration. Uses hard light and fire dust to simulate the heat of the sun. Do you have that worked out, how hard light and fire dust would interact with one another to simulate the heat of the sun? Emblem theme, stylized falcon eye on his back. Ooh, nice. He's blind in his left eye after a fight with his brother when he was 13. His brother threw glass at him, hitting a nearby counter, causing it to shatter. Hit him in the eye. Oh, God. So he didn't have his aura at that point then. Oh, goodness. Inspired by Horus. Seems that way. Good taste in terms of swords. Indeed, indeed. So I guess Rainbow Dash wouldn't if she went to Remnant, like how Justice League did? No. Again, they might have something with that if they did put, you know, Rainbow Dash, for example, into the RWBY universe, but alternate universe, then it's non-canon at that point. But yeah, okay. See, here's the thing. I also have a team that is inspired from Egyptian mythology. So, see this rainbow trail behind her? That's part of her semblance. Neon's is part of her semblance. That's not her aura. Because no one leaves aura trails behind them just from their natural aura. Not sure how to go about this, OC. It's supposed to be canon. Okay. Supposed to be canon. So, the long-range railgun, I'm guessing similar to, like, Neptune's weapon, then? Because that's the only example we have of, like, a railgun adjacent things, because railguns in and of themselves are extremely strong. They are a very powerful weapon. So, to balance it, you know, it'd have to be scaled down accordingly. The Dust integration. I've mentioned before that I have a second OC team, Cardinal Halo. I've mentioned before I have a second OC team. Seraph is Greek mythology. All of Seraph is Greek mythology. It's a separate team. It's a separate team. Cause like didn't remember that? No worries. No worries. No need to apologize. But it's just the difficulty is Horus may or may not also be part of the inspiration for one of my characters as well. So like I can't like it's I'm finding it difficult to come up with other ideas because like you know, there's difficulty. Of course, many characters can have same inspiration, completely different designs and different integrations, but I already know how I would design a character like that. For the Dust integration though, how do you imagine the Hard Light Dust and Fire Dust working together? You wouldn't be able to simulate the heat of the sun. First and foremost, you just, it's way too unbelievably hot. You wouldn't be able to, because the heat of the sun is insanely hot. Like, so I get that, I get you're trying to incorporate that into the sun. The world would end. Yup. Everything in the vicinity, the entire kingdom would just be incinerated at that point. Yeah, the heat of the sun will just destroy everyone. Power of the sun in the palm of your hand. Okay, Escanor. Maybe the semblance can make something sensitive to heat or light. That sounds like a good idea. Fire dust could absolutely work. Like again, because like ignite the atmosphere. Instead of something like the sun, why not a fireball? Your boss is OC triggered. I'm not OC triggered, it's just like, yes, well, maybe that would be a good idea for a semblance. Maybe... I'm trying to be subtle here, Chaos. I have an Egyptian team. A character may or may not have a Horus inspiration. A light-based semblance might be a good idea. But read between lines. I imagine Hard Light Dust would be sharper? We've not really seen it used as a bladed weapon. We've seen it expand Jean's shield, we've seen it create platform in Watts' rings, and when it incorporated into Ironwood's arm, it burned the nerves and the skin of his arm. Not the only one of the Egyptian team. I know I'm not the only one of the Egyptian team, but I also don't want to give someone the exact same designs that I had to. No. There's nothing wrong with having OCs coming from the same inspiration. But, like, I don't want to recommend to someone, do exactly like I did with my OC. That's the issue that I'm having. Because, like, Hard Light's definitely hot. No. It's not. Doesn't want to spoil his own team is what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to spoil my own team, and I don't want to tell someone to do the exact same thing I did, and then when my OC is eventually revealed, then it's just like, oh, well, it's just like I just have the exact same thing. Like, I don't want that. But Hard Light in and of itself is not hot, because in Volume 8, Robin Hill and Crow Bronwyn and Jacques Schnee were all held within hard light dust prisons. And I distinctly remember Robin with, you know, her hand was gloved, but there were fingerless gloves, pounding on the side of it. It doesn't give off heat. Hard light dust is exactly what it is. It's solid light. That's it. Ironwood's hand was seared because his arm was put in the middle of hard light. If not hot, then what is? It was put in the middle of hard light. Hard light was constructed around it. The power of the dust was put into his freaking arm, which, as we know from Hazel, injecting dust hurts body. His semblance only nullified the pain. Yeah, it fried the nerves because, like, you know, hard light equals force field, essentially, yeah. So if it's getting in the way, it burns. If you have hard light dust constructed through a body part, yes, it will burn. Yes. Similarly, if you think of a fire dust crystal, you can hold the fire dust crystal, but then it's the actual, like, ignition of it that burns. Fire dust crystal in and of itself ain't hot. Think you can mix hard light with anything? I mean, you know, it's hard light. Hard light is already a mix of other things. We have not seen hard light itself mixed with any other types of dust. I would not do that if it's supposed to be canon. Because hard light dust is an artificially created dust that is manufactured specifically in Atlas alone, and we don't know what exactly types of dust go into its formation, but they have been able to artificially combine a number of other different types of dust to create hard light dust. And that's that. So you wouldn't be able to mix it with other things, no. Similarly, any individual huntsman or huntress cannot mix dust to form other effects. That's not how it works. You can't just have, you know, water dust and fire dust and then, you know, oh, now I can use steam. That's not how it works. If you produce the water and then heat it up enough with the fire that the water evaporates, then you can have steam. But you cannot just willy-nilly, oh, he has every type of dust, I'm just gonna, you know, here, create magma, here, create all of these other things. Unfortunately, it's trying to form through him. That's the term I'm looking for, Greg. Yeah. You can use hard light to make a gun shield. You can, yes. You absolutely can. But yeah, with like, see, I struggle to make suggestions, unfortunately, because like with an Egyptian-inspired team already, like, already there's similar ideas. So I don't want to just give you suggestions that push you in the exact same direction that I went. But, you know, when it comes to Horus, working with light or heat would make sense. Can you make an insert element shield? No. I mean, go for it and make a fire shield, but the bullets are still going to pass through it like nothing else, and you're still just going to get shot. If you make a wall of fire, bullets are still just going to go through it, just like it, because it's just fire. Hard light is so hard to make fit into canon world. Just scrapped it from your OC. Most OCs just shouldn't have hard light dust. Straight up. They probably just shouldn't. Because it's very limited in quantity and only in Atlas. So I wouldn't... I just don't use it in any of my OCs. Canon, where they have a minimum of 4 dusts, of the least rare variety... Most OCs should not have 4 dusts. Most OCs should have maybe 1 type of dust. Maybe 2. But at most 1. I understand the desire to use different types of dust because, you know, dust is you know, elemental magic almost. It's like, you know, they can cast fireball or use lightning or this, that, and the other. And it's cool to want your OCs to do that. But within the world of RWBY, we have to remember that there are characters, as we've seen in the Vital Festival tournament, where someone fights with a crossbow that turns into a sword and that's it. Where someone fights with bare knuckles and like just with 2 spiked brass knuckles. That's it. That's all they got. No dust, no nothing. Like, we just gotta keep things in balance, right? So only earth stone shield besides light shield. I wouldn't necessarily call that a shield. You're just creating a rock wall, and then it's still just rock. So people can walk around it. Oh, it said mid, not max? Yeah, like 4 max, not 4 minimum. I mean, still, 4 as a maximum is still a lot. Like, yeah, if it's one character, like, for example, Zelina, I gave 4 types of dust as well, but that's because she's the dust specialist. That is mainly what she uses. It's not like she's a close combat fighter that is also a dust specialist. She's, like, close combat if she needs to, but she fights mostly with dust. Don't mind them having multiple dusts as long as it's not commonly used. They still... I don't think they should... It should be limited to some degree. Most of my characters, if they use dust, it's generally one type of dust. And then I have one character that uses 2 types and one character that uses 4. And one character that uses no types. I actually have an OC that has gauntlets that are basically strength blades from Assassin's Creed and do not incorporate dust. Nice! That's good. I like seeing characters that don't use dust, because it just means that their fighting style has to be more creative and that they would be more skilled at like things like aura strengthening and things like that. Character uses multiple kinds of dust. She uses it mixed with her spray paint. Ah, yes, I remember. Believe I've seen that character before. Character rarely uses the dust. As part of his story is when he does, he runs out. He's forced to rely on others due to losing a long-range ability. Ah, makes sense. Good to incorporate that into the story. But back to Pinspace's character. So being inspired by Horus, you want to incorporate the sun in some ways. So you can definitely incorporate heat, light, I mean, doesn't Horus also have a connection to the sun and the moon? So you could do something with that. The hard light and fire dust to simulate the heat of the sun, I don't think that would work, unfortunately. Not in canon, at least. If you wanted to go for alternate universe, maybe. But even in alternate universe, it would never reach the heat of the sun. Because that'd just be way too hot. Fire dust would never get close. No dust would ever get close. Solar power, let's use her gain power while in the sun. That could work, but, you know, not Superman's ability. We don't want to just make Superman because he was busted as hell. Even when they limited his to a semblance. You don't want to do that. The Kane Chronicles? Super duper Scooper Man, exactly. Fire plus wind dust for what? Oh, is that the spray paint? Use different types in our armor, but spam change or use more than 3 per battle. Something like super strength. Yeah, if you gain a strength boost in the sun, that could easily work. Again, you'd have to limit it by how much aura they would use, how much heat they would absorb, because the transference of heat to other things, other utility, is possible with aura. Because Nora is able to absorb electricity and transform it into heat, so you could transform it into strength, so you could do that with heat as well. But you'd have to have it be an active semblance, not a passive one, because if she's just, for example, walking through the desert and absorbing heat constantly and then just getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, and it's not, gonna break her aura, then that just seems like a detriment more than anything. But absorbing heat, you could... I don't think absorbing light would really be an option. Like, to... There's reflecting light, refracting it. But the character shouldn't use hard light, but could use hard light for the light reference and fire-based semblance for the heat? Light for the light reference and fire-based semblance for the heat? Like, how do you mean... You're just wanting the hard light and the fire dust just for the reference, yes? But what purpose does it serve for the character? Why does the character use these dust types? Because one thing that also in RWBY, just because a character can do something doesn't mean they should. And also, when creating a character, not everything has to be a reference. Like Red Riding Hood, for example, she doesn't use a scythe or a sniper rifle. Scythe doesn't really relate to her story at all, and yet we have Ruby Rose. Can you use hard light to make a set of wings? No, I would not do that. We have not seen that be the case at all. I would not recommend doing that in canon. In the Kane Chronicles, which is based on Egyptian mythology, the horse-based character can make a giant, almost hard light version of himself. Have your character do that as a semblance using aura. And only if you really insist on hard light, the hard light could help make the projection more durable. Potentially, yeah. I don't think there needs to be a fixation on hard light. I really don't think there needs to be the fixation on hard light. Because hard light as a dust is supposed to be rare. There is the connection to Atlas, so yeah, you could have access to hard light, but I don't think it needs to be there for the reference. Now, flying capable wings, more like gliding? Maybe, but again, why? What purpose within the story? Like, although things can be a reference, I want to know why. How does it fit within the story? How does it make sense for that character as they're going through their story to choose that specific weapon, to choose that technology, to go down that path? That also needs to be considered rather than just like, hey, this is cool. Just popped in? Okay. And him being blind with the backstory, an emblem was reference to Horus. Yeah. Kind of fun with the semblance and dust. Well, it's just that you're thinking about it, right? You know what? I'll just... I'm debating whether to just tell you what I did with my character or not. I don't really want to spoil my character and all of the things that I want to reveal, but Alice, hello! Making a clone semblance, but a light construct type of clone, if that makes sense? Yeah, absolutely. That's a good suggestion, Alice. This point of grasping at straws, like, you want to incorporate the sun, right? A simple way is having the character absorb heat and be able to utilize that in some way. Whether it's growing their own strength, they could utilize fire dust in a similar way to my OC, Seraphina Vermilion, uses fire dust. Granted, she absorbs and releases heat. Your character could absorb heat and transform it into strength, for example. That's one way to go about it. It could convert heat into light, for example, so that they could, you know, absorb heat, and as their aura heats up, it starts to glow, and they could have that glow coming out of various parts of their body, out of their weapon, or things like that. Maybe. Early stages of OC making, things like this will happen. Oh, absolutely. Like, for my OCs, it took more than a year to develop all the characters. But clone-type semblances would work as well. If you really want something to be constructed out of hard light dust, instead of hard light dust, you could go with an aura construct. However, you can turn your aura into light, like a flashbang. Yeah, that's a semblance that could absolutely exist as well. Doesn't have to be related to heat. Could be light, you know, giving off the light of the sun, quote unquote. It'd be like a flashbang. It wouldn't actually blind another person, I don't think. Could have a similar effect to burn. Yeah. Because the Yang's hair lighting on fire is a visual effect. Her hair's not actually on fire. She's not burning anything. But you could absolutely have it function in a similar way to burn, that absorbing heat increases strength. But the more heat that your character would absorb, the more their aura would be drained. And then there could be a visual fire effect associated with it, or something of that nature. But yeah, with a character inspired by Horus, probably leaning into the sun inspiration is the direction that you would want to go. It's the direction I went as well. So yeah. Flashbangs both blind and deafen a person. Of suggesting one of the two effects. Yes, I understand. It's just the immersion. Yang doesn't have fire hair? I know. She does not. She does not. It is simply a visual effect. No person has been burned by her hair, and every semblance in the show is not able to create effects of dust. And therefore, no semblance created by OCs should be able to replicate the effect of dust either. No converting anything into an element or from one element to another. I just imagined it glowing brightly. Yeah. Isn't Horus more related to the sky than the sun? Horus has relation to the sky, the sun, and the moon. There's a lot related to Horus. Doesn't specifically have to be the sun, though I think the sun is one of... Well, Ra, I think, is the god of the sun. Horus is kind of related to both the sky, sun, and moon. May not be burned, but she did break every bone in their body. Oh, God. Meow. I don't know Egyptian mythology as well as Greek. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Yeah, because Horus Egyptians was significant to ancient deities. The solely as god of kinship, healing, protection, the sun, and the sky. Since Horus is said to be the sky, he was considered to also contain the sun and moon. Egyptians believe that the sun was his right eye and the moon his left. Though they traversed the sky when a falcon, flew across it. Later, the reason that the moon was not as bright as the sun was explained by a tale known as the Contendings of Horus and Set. This tale said that Set's patron of the Upper Egypt. Horus, yeah, but essentially, the sun, the sky, the moon, you have a lot of options. Sun and the moon, you say, so soon. So who? But yeah, the sun and moon is related to Horus, and I know this because I researched sun and moon and perhaps incorporated both into mine. But you don't have to. You can focus on one aspect, the sky, or the sun, or the moon, or the falcon aspects. You don't have to incorporate everything from a character's inspiration into that given character. Because, again, it has to make sense for the story, right? It's also where his name comes from Sky. Makes sense. Makes sense. So if you want to go that way, then his name is Sky. His weapon is of the sun. Do you want his semblance to be moon related at that point? So you could go that direction. It's an option. Protection and healing for Horus. Maybe a semblance can reflect that? Yeah, absolutely. If you'd have to probably go one or the other, either protection or healing, but you could give your character a healing semblance. You could give your character a semblance that creates aura shields, for example. Instead of hard light or anything like that, just utilizing his own aura to create shields. Or something like that. At that point, there's a number of different options and ways that you can take it. So with the story that you want to tell with this character, with the team that they are going to be a part of, how will this semblance, or what semblance would fit that character the best? Where their origin story comes out, how would they awaken their semblance? Does it make sense with the semblance that you want to give them? What type of person is this character? What type of semblance do you think that they would awaken? Are they more akin to a healer? Are they more akin to a protector? Or are they more offensively oriented? These are the types of questions that you'll want to ask as you're developing the OC, as you decide on a semblance, as you journey down that path of creation. Bubble shield. Also, don't have to be literal about it. Yeah. One of your OCs is named Cronus after the Greek god of time, but his semblance makes things either speed up or slow down. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. You can have characters like Cronus who, god of time, but we know that semblances in RWBY can't actually interact with time. It doesn't mean you can't have an inspiration that relates to time, right? Could go illusion with the moon theme. That is also an option. There's a lot of different directions to go. Unfortunately, with something like... We've thrown out a lot of suggestions in this stream, but we can't give you a definitive way to go. Ultimately, that decision does lie with you. And hopefully, discussing things as we have has helped in some of that journey of creating the OC. Wondered that. Maybe give him a protective semblance. I thought he'd be more offensive, so maybe a protection-based semblance like a shield or something works. Yeah, absolutely. Today's Pi Day? No, it's not. Oh, it is! It's 3.14. It is. Oh, what do you know? Flip a coin for it and go with it. Yeah. Anyways. At this point, I think we should move on to our next OC. Daisy redeemed for Ash Winters, I believe. But beforehand, is there anything else that you'd like me to touch on, Pinspace? Any other questions that you have? Anything more that you want us to go over? I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Yeah, there's a number of different ways you can go with it. I look forward to hearing what you come up with. I don't know how much help I was able to be, but hopefully I've been able to give you some things to consider. The door isn't even locked. What the... Not really. Except, do I need to have a dust-based weapon? Maybe give him a spear weapon? You don't need a dust-based weapon at all. You don't need a dust-based weapon at all. There is no dust requirement. As I've said, there are people in the world of RWBY that don't use dust at all. There's people who have just a crossbow that turns into a sword. There's people who just fight with, like, look at Sun. Look at his entire team, pretty much. Neptune uses dust, but Sun uses gunchucks. There ain't no dust other than combustion dust to fire the bullets. Another member on his team just uses a big old sword. Yatsuhashi just uses a big old sword. You don't need dust. Dust is not a requirement. Not at all. You can have just a sword, but instead of dust, it can convert into a sling. Yeah. It's just a fun add when fitting. Plus, people forget that, like, fancy ammo, kind of expensive to use willy-nilly. It very much is. Very much is. One-headed spear and use a shield-based semblance. Yeah, that works. That works. You have only 2 people with dust. The other team has no dust. Nice. I took a few more liberties with that and gave most of my characters one type of dust, but I do appreciate characters that don't use dust at all. Anyways, with that, we will move on to Ash Winter's OC. And I believe that will be the last OC that we shall cover today. Talon for the Spear. It's a good name for a spear. Talon of the Sun. Let's go there. Just finished typing the story bit? Okay, we can do one more, but like I'm... What? What's the matter? Oh, so too late now? You can still submit, but I'm gonna tell everyone I'm capping the stream at 5 hours. Kitty said no? Apparently. But I have an OC weapon, Umbra. Ooh, nice. 6 more till you have enough feathers? But yeah, like, I can't be here all day. I'll cap it at 5, though. So if there's... Because it's already been 4 hours. So I still need to go get food. I still need to go do other things. Remember. But yeah, Arcana, if you have the points to submit and you want to submit, you still can. Daisy, if you want to submit yours, you can as well. But yes, Tibby. Little Tibby, what are you doing? What's with the long meow? So desperate for attention. That helped a lot. Glad I was able to help. Felt like I was just stumbling through it a little bit, but glad I was able to help. Okay. Let's duplicate. Go there. Art designed on Hero Forge. Okay. Del Sirius Ibn Holtz. Wolfaunus Atlas, age 17. I know this is just the way that Hero Forge designs look, but he don't look 17. He don't look 17. Nice to be able to work through ideas. Yeah. Would it be if Ember made cameo in Team Seraph's story as their alarm clock or something? Funny, but ain't happening. You think this orange thing would survive in the deserts of Vacuo? No shot. He's definitely 17. I don't know. Curse of Hero Forge, yeah. Height's 5'11", 165 pounds. Cat, your hair is everywhere. Why? Distinguishing features: wolf ears and a prosthetic arm. School is Atlas Academy. Combat details: aura colors dark blue. Semblance is blowback. Can generate blasts of concussive force. The more aura he uses, the more powerful the blast is. He focuses this energy in a single direction or releases an omnidirectional wave. This reduces the blast power. Semblance can be used as a means of propulsion if directed at a solid surface. Interesting. This sounds like it would be a very aura-intensive semblance. For him to get a large blast from it, I'm assuming that would take a lot of aura. It seems like something that would be used very sparingly, I would imagine. Weapons: Hurlant Jaeger. Longsword that can function as a dust conduit to enhance its attacks. Huff and Puff, a pair of dust pistols that can fire blasts of elemental energy. It's prosthetic arm, equipped with fire, ice, lightning, and gravity dust, mainly used to augment his semblance. Grants enhanced strength to that arm. Alternate universe or canon? Let's wait to the next one. I want to save up the points again to refine the story instead of just typing like a bad woman. I'm sorry that you typed so much to not be able to share Daisy. I'm so sorry. Your Forge is more for D&D characters. That's why the design is more rigid. Ah, makes sense. Feels like a give and take semblance. A lot of aura to use. A lot of aura to tank being hit by. Yeah, for sure. Let's break the keys on your computer. Only one page. There's more I want to add anyway, so it's fine. Okay. Because there's a lot to the weapons. The semblance can easily be balanced based on the amount of aura that he consumes. Alternate universe, but trying to stick as close to canon as possible. Okay. Because that feels like a lot of dust that's being used. If the prosthetic arm is a main point of the combat style, then having a pair of pistols and a longsword doesn't necessarily seem functional. Because in a fight, and this is why a lot of weapons are like guns and swords, like together in one weapon. Because let's say he's in a fight, fighting with the pistols, and then an enemy surprises him and gets up close to him. Does he have time to put away the pistols and draw a sword? He doesn't. Does he have time to put away the pistols and then use his arm? Not really. So there's the functionality of things that does need to be considered as well. If he has the arm and then the longsword and that's it, and then he uses his semblance as well, and he's just very much a close combat fighter, then I could see him being very deadly at that point. It seems like that might be the more sensible combination rather than the pistols added onto there, but let's read the rest of this first before getting too much into that. Personal details. Son of Team Arctic. Off on his team that graduated from Atlas Academy, Dell always wanted to be a huntsman. He was trained by all 4 members of the team as soon as he was allowed, alongside the 2 other members' daughter. Amber as well at the Prometheus Combat School. Rose to the ranks of the tournament, fighting fairly quickly, winning his first competitive title, Atlas Regional Championship at 13, and defended it for 3 years. So, Pyrrha of the Atlas, of the Atlas Kingdom. Okay. The arc is also where he first met Lucy Menadora, fellow Prometheus student, with whom he formed a mutual respect, later developing into romance due to them always meeting in the finals of their selection, though he would win the match every time. At age 16, Dell, alongside Amber and Team Arctic, went on a mission to Vacuo to help clear out a large number of Grimm. Teens going with them to gain some practical experience. However, only 5 of the 6 members of the group survive. As Dell's father had been felled in combat with countless Grimm, Dell lost his arm after being pinned by a giant Nevermore feather. So the Team Arctic officially disbanding as they lost a member served as a brutal reminder that the teens of the danger of being a huntsman. However, it did not dissuade them from pursuing the career. A month later, though, after lengthy discussion with the teens, as well as Dell obtaining a prosthetic arm suited for combat, learning how to use it, returned to their previous lives. For Dell, that meant going back to the school more determined than ever, graduating near the top of his class and applying to Atlas Academy. Dell passed the initiation with Lucy as his partner and was named leader of the Team Diamond. Okay. Tried starting up late. Starting up to get into the stream. Fell asleep in the last 30 minutes. Oh, no. A prosthetic's a thing a common person can get in RWBY. Know that Yang got a fancy one. For a game with the woman Crow admires, Maria Calavera. With her eyes. Weaponized prosthetics is something that would 100% have to be related to Atlas. You can get prosthetics in Mistral, in Veil, probably to some extent in Vacuo, though you would not have intricate functionality. You wouldn't be able to have weapons incorporated with it. But since this character is from Atlas, and it's also alternate universe, yeah, you can go the extra mile with it. Pistol knives would probably be better suited. Yeah, that would make sense. Longsword may be viable if it's a backup against something with thick armor. In an alternate universe, yes, but in canon RWBY, huntsmen and huntresses choose their one weapon that they fight with, and that is the weapon that they master. Huntsmen and huntresses are not jack of all trades. If they're disarmed from a weapon and all they have is a stick on the ground, yeah, they'll be able to fight with it, but they're not experienced with it. They want to be able to wield their weapons and handle any situation that they come across with their weapon, because unexpected situations are going to happen and you need to be able to react. Grimm are coming at you, Grimm appear behind you, unexpected circumstances, bandits, what have you. They're going to pop up, and you can't be deciding, oh, should I use pistols? Should I use a longsword? Even if it takes an extra split second, that could mean the difference between you living or dying, the person you're protecting living or dying, a teammate living or dying, and you don't want that. Not to mention, that's just one extra thing you have to carry when traveling from city to city. Huntsmen and huntresses do not have personalized transportation. So there's a lot to keep in mind when designing a huntsman and huntress, and how much they're carrying, how much they have accessible, and there's all those old sayings, jack of all trades, master of none, but fear the master of one. Fear a man who has thrown a single punch 1,000 times rather than a man who has thrown 1,000 different punches a single time each. Like, those sayings exist for a reason, because when someone is experienced with something, they know how to use it, right? Dell is one of the most serious students at Atlas Academy due to experiencing the risks of the career firsthand. I mean, most of them have experienced Grimm to some degree. Like, we saw what happened in the Beacon Initiation. All of them were familiar with Grimm, and maybe not exactly the horrors that they held, but yeah. They'll sometimes give away a more joking side, giving nicknames to his closest friends. His drive to be the best huntsman he can be, as well as the memory of his father, won't let him get anything less than 100%, and anything related to it, either in combat or academics. This leads to a fairly competitive nature and a desire to be top of the class. Having said that, Dell's most defining feature is protective nature towards those he cares about. His friendship is not easily gained, but once you have it, he will go out of his way to make time for you, even across continents. He also has a strong sense of morality due to being raised as a faunus in Atlas, leading to a fierce hatred of discrimination and bullying, particularly against fellow faunus. Trivia. Dell's Maltese for shadow, Imanolt's is Danish for ebony. Ooh, ebony shadow. Inspiration, the big bad wolf. Okay. Wolf faunus semblance. Grim kill count and initiation includes 3 Borbatusks. The little pigs. Nice. I like that. That's awesome. And the pistol names. Nice. Birthday's November 11th. Armistice Day, marking the end of World War I. Commemorating soldiers who died in the service of their country. Okay. And music is a talented singer and bass guitarist? He's 17. He's a talented singer, bass guitarist, on top of being, you know, tournament winner, defending champion for 3 years? He does sound like he can do a lot. Survive Afternoon Rush. Who this? Emblem is cool? Yeah. Nezumi, hello. Because, like, we do have to remember that at 18, they can one character can only do so much. Also does listening to orchestral pieces. Especially piano. A pet service husky named Artemis to help him deal with the depression PTSD from losing his arm and father on the same day. Okay. Because he does... Again, it's alternate universe, so it's absolutely fine to have your character, you know, be a tournament-winning champion and make your character, like, well, the main character, since it's an alternate universe. For canon, that unfortunately wouldn't fly. Multifaceted, but how many... I don't recall ever hearing about, you know, any 18-year-old that's, you know, winning tournaments for 3 years straight while also being, like, extremely talented in a whole bunch of other things. I guess people are. Maybe. But I don't know. But, yeah. Overall, Semblance seems good, as long as it's balanced with aura. Weapons, as I mentioned, might need to be cut back a little bit. But ultimately, that will be up to you. Anything that you want me to touch on in particular, Ash Winters? Any questions that you have? Overall, seems like you have a good idea of where your character started out, where their motivations are, the trauma that they've experienced and what pushes them forward, and how they've come to terms with their loss and then how they've been able to move past it. Kind of a lot to do while still young. Yeah. Like, if it was a hobby of, you know, learning to play guitar or something like that, then maybe. But when you're training to be a huntsman or huntress, like, there's a lot of other things that you have to do. Like, being a tournament winner makes it seem like he's training a lot of the time. Think you cover everything I wanted? We'll edit accordingly? All right, sounds good. For some reason, it doesn't feel like 4 hours. It has gone fast, but the reason why I know it's been 4 hours is because I can feel it in the back of my throat, because I've been talking constantly for 4 hours. I've just been yapping. So, we will move on to our last submission for the day, which will be Arcana. Thank you, Ash Winters, for sharing your OC. I appreciate it. Lots of great ideas. Lots of great ideas. As I'm sure it does for you. Like, the actual time doesn't feel like 4 hours. The back of my throat's telling me it's been long enough. Stop talking soon. Because I still need to talk enough to record videos later this weekend. Okay, there's artwork that's here. I was just like, 11-page document. Hydrate, thank you. If you want to read it, I'll put the last 20k in. Up to you. Do you want me to read it? Stream cats make noises for no reason? Yeah, cats seem to do that. As this one did earlier today. Part of the story could be from burnout, sleep deprivation, for doing all these things. Wasn't able to fit in one page. This is true. This is true. If you got time, sure. Yeah, I can absolutely read the last page. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's just swap it over to here. Fluffy Kibby, I know. He's so fluffy. He's so fluffy. I think he wants to be left alone at this very moment. Velvet, hello! How goes? Goes all right on my end. Things going all right on your end? About to go over our last OC. First and foremost, alternate universe or canon OC? Doing well? That's good. Team Odyssey, I would guess. Yukino Hidama. Yukino is snowfields or to be like snow. Hidama is fire spirit. Oh, snow and fire. Same kanji for spirit and soul. Inspiration to Namo no Mai. Yes. And Emperor Kanoe. Race is Faunus and Arctic Fox Tail. Age 22. Deep red hair and eyes are gold. Height 5'3". This next overseas review is in June or July. Yes. Yes. Alternate universe story, but trying to keep to the rules. Okie dokie. Weapon is Gauntlet and Boots. Both are made with dust, ice, and earth/rock dust. Okay. Ice and rock user. Love it. Mainly uses to trap or restrain her targets with ice dust. When the rock dust is used to mess with the terrain. Oh, okay. Tactical fighter here. To note, her clothes are a mix of rock dust. Are mixed with rock dust for last effort protection. Oh, dust everywhere then. Oh, and it looks like wind in the boots too. Close range controlled. When she fights both her legs and hands, she mainly fights with the dust to pin people down, controls their ability to move, then has them trapped. I understand that the wind dust would be there mostly for helping with mobility. I like the idea of sticking with the ice and earth though. Semblance Grim Cures. Passive and active. Yukine can... Is it Yukane or Yukino? The only reason... sorry, Curse. I wondered about that. Grim Curse. But yeah, the name. Is it Yukane or Yukino? I'm guessing Yukino because that's the more consistent one. Maybe this was a previous name of her. She can drain anyone's aura if she or her aura comes in contact with another person's aura or physical contact. As her semblance is passively on, it is always drawing her aura. Cost has a bit to it, making her burn through it faster than most semblances. When her aura is at 0%, it will charge like normal till it hits 1%, making her semblance trigger again. If she had to go from 0 to 100%, it could take nearly 2 days on her own, can work in time. Better aura regen, she must steal it from others. Okay. Actively, she feeds aura to her semblance, making its effect stronger and letting her cover more ground with it. Some that makes it hard for anyone with aura to fight with her in close range, drags out the fights, even though her range is limited. Someone else has better range with their aura is linked to other people. She pull in everyone linked to Gaiwan's aura? So... Are you saying that her semblance is draining aura within 10 meters of herself and not strictly physical contact? Her aura regen is extremely slow on its own. Taking damage will be a big problem. I don't care for allies and will attack anyone who gets close. Yep. Range attacks outside her 10 meters. Her motions can set off her semblance. So it drains... 10 meters is her max range. She can stretch out her aura. I would say for a semblance that is draining aura from others, it should be physical contact. Or... So what... Well... So what exactly is this semblance doing? Is it absorbing the people's aura into herself? Or is it just increasing the rate at which people use their aura? Because drain sounds like, to me, like it's draining it into themselves. Because like if the goal is just to make people burn through their aura faster, that could be a range. It just increases the physical burden that a person's aura is placing on themselves, and of course it would be increasing the burden on herself as well. Yeah, like linking to other people and this, it's not exactly clear. If it's increasing the aura consumption, that's an interesting take on a semblance. If it's... I'm guessing that's what it's meant to be, because it doesn't... Nowhere in this is it that she's able to drain aura from other people and increase her own aura stores. Her own aura is constantly being drained, always. And the drained aura doesn't seem to be giving her any other effects. Draining it or depleting a person's aura seems to be the goal. So if it is just like within a close proximity to herself, the physical burden is increased on a person's body, her own body, enemies' bodies, as well as allies, that's an interesting semblance. She is taking it into her body? Oh. What is she doing with the body when she absorbs it then? Because it doesn't really... Yeah, actively she feeds aura to her semblance, making it stronger, letting her cover more ground with it, so increasing the range. Makes it hard for anyone with aura to close fights, because if she's absorbing aura into herself, then she shouldn't have any problem being depleted of aura, right? But if it's draining aura into herself, that would need to be touch. That would need to be touch, because being able to just absorb it from anywhere near you, that'd be not only very strong, but also lethal, because once a person is drained of their aura, if there's still that consistent burden put on them, like it's being siphoned away from them, they can die. That could just be death. Whereas if her semblance is just passively making it harder for people to like move around her, or more particularly use aura abilities, use aura strengthening, their aura defenses, aura sensory, and of course their semblance. If within a 10-meter radius, it's more difficult for people to utilize their aura in that aspect, that could be an interesting ability. Well, the story makes much more sense and needs a change. Okay. Well, let's read the short story then. Yukino was born in Mistral with an odd start. She was born with her aura and semblances unlocked. When she was inside her mother, her semblances ate her mother's aura. Okay. Unfortunately, that's something that I don't like from Before the Dawn. I know it was introduced in Before the Dawn, but that entire idea of a semblance of aura being unlocked when you haven't even formed consciousness yet, that's just my own personal thing. For alternate universe, though, you can absolutely go with it. Giving birth, her mother was too weak and ended up dying that night. Her father blamed Yukino for her mother's death, saying she was like a Grimm, hence the name for the semblance Grimm curse. This made her fear her own semblance. Her father went deep into drinking, to the lowest work into raising her. Even if the people would keep away from her after, father went on a rant about how she took her mother's soul. Damn. Yukino even tried to avoid touching others, scared that she would hurt or kill another. So that comes into the touch semblance for sure. The other kids would call her soulless, grim spawn, don't let her steal your soul. So it makes sense that that would be a physical contact in that case. And since she's a combat fighter, if you wanted to go the physical drain route, then she's making contact with a lot of her enemies. All right, see you, Ray. Thank you for joining in. Yukino hated the word soulless the most. It was something that went around that her aura she had was stolen from her mother and not her own. Oh, she wanted to be a huntress so she could learn to shut down her semblance. But she learned it's not that simple. It was not until she met Sylvie Dawnbreaker in combat school. Sylvie made her goal to make Yukino open up. Start going out together and then in huntsman school. Nice. Kind of makes me think of Rogue from Marvel with the physical touch. Yeah. Well, the last few weeks of birth, thought it would sound a bit better. Like, I get the idea behind it. Personally, I really don't like the idea, and this is just me. This is my own personal thing. Unfortunately, it has been introduced into canon with the Asturias twins. I don't like that semblances could be awakened at that point because there's supposed to be meaning to semblances. They literally just introduced that as a way to have the mother die in childbirth. But one thing that you could have as an alternative is having the mother die in childbirth just from complications, but having Yukino awaken her semblance at a young age. 6, 7 years old, for example. She had a relatively normal childhood. Her father, was distraught over her mother dying. Went into drinking, maybe didn't care about her as much. But once her semblance awakened, and maybe she asked her father about it, maybe it awakened when she touched her father and he felt weak, then her father was the one who put that connection in her head at that point in time. Wait a minute, you were at fault. It's your fault that your mother's gone. It doesn't have to be something that happens immediately at childbirth. It can be something that's found out later, and then that can be a traumatic experience when she has the consciousness to remember that experience happening. She awakened her semblance, didn't know what it was, didn't know what happened with it, and then that causes her father to turn. Young age plus mother's death could be father connecting the dots in the wrong way. Exactly, Cardinal. She wanted to reach out the aura drain, jump up drastically, but it will drop the range part. Yes, it would be more impactful. Yeah, exactly. So I think that would be the way that I would personally think that could be written, because and again, I reiterate for like the fourth or fifth time, having semblances awaken when they're still a fetus, when they haven't even developed their own consciousness, awareness, or personality yet, that seems counterintuitive to a semblance being a representation of who a person is. Because you're a fetus at that point. You have no individuality. You're not like... I know that people will say that, oh, well, the baby has such personality. Oh, like she's a year old, but you can tell she has... no. Like, I don't... Sure, there's going to be differences from baby to baby, and they're going to act in different ways, but that ain't a personality yet. That's just acting differently in response to different stimuli. Outside of my own little rant, though, we also have Fenrika Stormwolf. Yes. Like the design. Ooh, the wolf howling at the moon. What's the... In Yukino's... I understand the spirit around here, but the crystal in the middle, what is that a reference to? So this is heavily based on Tamamu, who make people she's around sick and die. I see. Plus, a canon usually seems to be a circumstantial thing, situation that pushes a person. Exactly. That's generally what semblances, as far as we've seen, have been. According to RWBY, though, her semblance simply awakened in training. We don't know exactly what that training involved, whether it was a highly stressful training and she was being pushed to her limit and that caused her semblance to awaken, or whether it was a result of her finding her true purpose. This is exactly what I want to do. I want to be a huntress, and that. What I've always referred to it as is an outcry of the soul. Whether that's a desire for the soul to live, a desire, in Ren's case, for the soul to not be afraid, what have you. But it is an outcry of the soul, some stressful indicator or something that's like out of ordinary on a given day that causes it to awaken. That is the killing stone, what she turns into when she died. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Okay, cool. I like it. But yeah, those are the things that I would think about with Yukino, at least. But for Fenrika, inspiration is King Ragnar Lothbrok. I don't know where that's from. And Fenrir. Ooh. The race is Faunus and a direwolf Faunus. Damn, with the fangs. 22. Weapon is dual semi-automatic shotguns. She also has a lot of scars on her body. Damn. She's been through it, huh? Other OC's art is from the last review. Indeed, indeed. Okay. Semi-automatic shotguns. Historical Viking. Ah, okay. It's the main reason why she has earth dust. Okay, I like it. And honestly, with her fighting style, limiting it to just ice and earth would make sense, throwing her opponents off, freezing them in place, altering the terrain. I get that the wind dust would be for mobility. I don't know if she necessarily needs it. Lothbrok was a famous Viking that conquered England for a time. Okay. Each one is made with an axe head made under the barrel of the gun. The gun is also auto-loading. Each time the trigger is pulled, the gun will load the next round on its own. Ah, okay. Ammo types, pellets and slugs. A few different types with her ammo. She has normal slugs for hard hitting. One's made to cut through armor like Grim. Pellet rounds made for killing people that can block bullets. I see. There's normal balls and one shaped like a D4? Oh, God. No, why? Those things are so pointy. Fighting people should mix in the rounds to make it harder for people to know. Ouch. Hunter's Ambition. She projects out a sphere of, I'm guessing aura instead of aria, around her 10 to 15 meters. That gives her a blank 3D map out of the area around her. If anything moves in it, it would disrupt the aura, letting her know what was there. Okay, okay, sensory type. I like it. Never going to school before she can hardly read or write, using a map along with other skills that would be common. Okay. Yeah, she wouldn't really need a map if she can sense everything. Well, it's only 10 to 15 meters. She would need to know stuff for long distance. Now, upside, she can use first aid and make her own rounds. Okay. Combat-based ability is really high, only being matched by Sylvie Dawnbreaker's semblance. She's the strongest fighter of Team Sapphire. She was born from a slave M in a raiding clan, and raised as a tool and raids. Living longer than expected, having a natural talent for combat. Living longer than expected? In what way? Being raised on the idea of strong rule over the weak craft, only care about being strong. This changed her mentally, building a killer instinct. Anyone she was stronger than, she would want to kill. Oh, wow. This is not a bad thing for her main use of her. Grammar seems to be off a little bit. But it got to the point she was starting to turn on the main clan. Learning about her mother was likely the key. She needed to try and kill the leader. In her failure, major damage to her right leg, she ended up in a huntsman school where she met Saffron, who would be the leader of her team and the main friend, and more. D of them was close to cannon fodder? Okay, that makes sense. Lego was evil. Was too evil? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, firing Legos is mean. Okay. But you also do have to remember, since she went to a huntsman school after this point, she is, or at this point in the story, she was like 16, 17 years old. And if she was mainly, if her purpose was mainly cannon fodder, but lived longer than expected, had a natural talent for combat, and, you know, strong over the week and everything like that, she is still 16, 17. I know she didn't succeed in killing the leader, but there is still a limit to how much she should be capable of doing at 16, 17 years old. She was with the clan. She was with most of her life. True. Val, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. As far as large confetti cannon, what about the sleeping cat, though? What about him? He'll get scared by cannon. But yeah, even being with the clan most of her life, you know, there's still only, you can only expect so much. Like, combat limits, I'm not sure on. The fact that she, like, turning, because it seems like she's either killed or attempted to kill a lot. Anyone she was stronger than, she wanted to kill. And then she started to turn on the main clan. That sounds a little too bloodthirsty, and it feels like the adults in the clan would, who have been fighting for longer than her, would be able to, you know, stop that or throw her out. And I'll briefly go over this. Big scar on her neck from a fight with the clan leader where a spear just missed the killing blow. Cut up on the left side of her neck. Leaving her weapon was empty. The fight was over. Pulled out for one last shot. Reacted as if had a round left, but the click was followed by silence. He fully dropped his guard, but the trigger pull loaded the last round she slipped in beforehand, making the second pull the last. Both of them would have died, but Saffron came to help save her life. Okay. Combat style used for speed and power to stay one face and rip down their protection. Oh. Weapons can act as hooks to claw weapons or even shields out of the way. When in combat, she mostly triggers a bloodlust and fights like a life or death match, even in training. Everyone that a fight would avoid doing it again unless it was brave and got to know her. Okay. When it comes to battle-hungry characters, you do need to be careful with that, because, like, if you're just aiming to kill your opponents in training, aiming to do that, you're probably going to get kicked out of the school, right? There's the blanket of confetti, though? Well, I guess. It's just the sound of the cannon, maybe not. As the other kids in the group came to her turning on then, they just beat her? Oh, as long as she never won, they never cared? That was the fake she tried? Because, yeah, bloodthirsty, like a bloodthirsty character at 16, there's the situations that they get put in. I know people like making bloodthirsty, battle-hungry characters. I mean, I have a battle-hungry character myself, but there needs to be some limitations to it. Because, you know, if Tyrion would not survive in a combat school. He'd be killing everyone. He'd be trying to kill the teachers, and he'd just be thrown out or thrown in jail. Like, there's still limitations. Because this line, anyone she was stronger than, she would want to kill. That seems a tad bit aggressive. If she thinks anyone weaker than her isn't worth having around or isn't worth being part of the clan, granted, if she was, you know, a slave, then she shouldn't have any say in the clan, really, right? Because she's not an actual member of the clan. She's just cannon fodder, as you mentioned. There's a story part I'm working on where she can control it. She learned the difference from her clan to the city. See, if she can't tell the difference between her clan and, like, the people going about their lives in the city, then that raises the question of just awareness in general and how intelligent she is. I don't know if it's necessarily just loves to fight, because that's not what this is. This is her having to be strong to survive, right? So I can understand where anyone that she's stronger than doesn't, you know, couldn't survive in the world, doesn't deserve to survive in the world, or something of that nature. And when she gets to the city and sees all of the people around her that, you know, go about their lives never having had to fight a day in their life, she considers them all weak, all worthless, all not worthy of having the lives and luxury that they have. But if she's just gets to the city and then is just immediately wants to slaughter everyone in sight, there's a problem there, right? There's a little bit of a problem there, because if she gets to a city, any person that has never awakened their aura is immediately weaker than her, and if she just goes on a mass murdering killing spree, she ain't making it to the Huntsman Academies. So that, I do think that would need to be workshopped, reined in a little bit. You can absolutely have, you know, something similar as her motivation, like she looks down on those weaker than her. She doesn't think that they, you know, deserve to have the lives that they're living. And when she gets into a fight, she's desperately trying to prove that she's the one stronger, but, you know, the killing intent can be there. The actual follow through probably shouldn't. And then as the story progresses, that's when she learns to hold back the difference, and she learns the difference between sparring, between, you know, an actual life or death fight, and things like that. That would be my suggestion, at least. Overall, though, like with her semblances, with the weapons, those seem pretty good. The D4 in the gun sounds painful, but even still, since they're shotguns, there's only so many rounds that could be loaded into the shotgun physically, but I do know that, you know, semi-automatic shotguns can have a number of rounds. That the weapons are pretty simple? Yeah, weapons are good. Dual axes that also double as shotguns. Simple, I like it. And also the sensory type semblance. I like seeing semblances like that as well. Those are a nice deviation from the strictly combat-oriented ones. Is there anything else that you'd like me to touch on? Anything else you'd like me to cover? When it comes to either Fenrika Stormwolf or Yukino Hidama? Because if not, then I think this would be a good point to wrap up stream, I think. But let me know if there's any other questions you have, anything else you'd like me to touch on, or anything like that. Think you hit the main points? All right. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your characters, Arcana. I appreciate it. Hopefully I was able to help a little. But with that, I believe this is where I Maybe the hard light blade? I didn't see a hard light blade. There was a hard light blade? The other OC arts. Oh. First and still in work. Does she have a connection to Atlas? Because like we haven't seen hard light used for bladed weapons outside of Velvet Scarlatina's weapons, which in theory should be able to be sharp, but Sylvie was born there. Okay. In theory that should work, but yeah. Yeah, I need to know, like, it'd probably be best saved to answer questions for Leora's OC review in and of itself. Because then I'd be able to know more about the connections, how it fits with her character, semblance, connections, etc. So... Oh, the other OC art. Yeah, I like the OC's designs. They look great. Love the... I was going to say dragon tail, but probably not dragon. Reptilian of some sort. Heartburn, dual revolvers. Reload, swap out parts. Nice. Flamer. Bearded dragon. Reptilian still. Yes. Excellent. And technically, bearded dragon is still dragon. I like the designs. The designs look great. Yeah. Yeah. Everything looks good. Seems like for the most part, well thought out. Seems to have the designs down. You know where you want to take each of the characters. It's just workshopping the finer details. Yeah. But with that, I can hear my stomach growling already. So I think that I am going to go eat some food. And in the meantime, thank you all for joining in. Thank you to everyone who submitted their OCs. I hope you were able to get a bit out of me talking about the OCs. Hopefully I was able to help in some degree. Go back over the stream later after a nap, take your ideas, some reworks. Yeah, definitely go sleep. If you tried to stay up till 3 a.m. for the OC stream and then passed out, it sounds like you need sleep. Definitely sleep. Sort of pizza for yourself. Lunchtime for me. Okay, well, it's dinner time for me. So, good stream? Yeah. Thank you all for joining in. We will be back on Tuesday, continuing Pokemon Legends ZA. There's still more of the Infinite Royale. There's still more to do with distortions after catching Rayquaza. So, there's more to happen there. And as I mentioned earlier in stream, 2 weeks from today, there will be no stream on Saturday and no stream on the Thursday prior, because I'm going to be away at another event. So, what you having for dinner? Probably chicken wraps, I think. So just a heads up on that. Switch streams for a bit to do your story work, then sleep. Sounds good, Chaos. Hope you sleep well when you eventually get there. But hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night tonight. And I hope you enjoy the start to your week as well. If I don't see you Tuesday, hope you enjoy the rest of your week also. Good night, or good afternoon, everyone, I suppose, since it is an earlier stream. I will not be streaming later tonight. So, I hope you all have a good night's sleep when you eventually get there. Thank you all for joining in. Thank you again for sharing your OCs. and I will see you in the next stream. Bye, everyone. My voice is starting to crack. Oh my gosh. Has been a good 5 hours.